Welcome to YellBro Road. I am Jordan, and today we're going to react to Candace Owens versus Andrew Wilson debating the whole Tyler Robinson case, which involves obviously the murder of Charlie Kirk. Before I get started, don't forget to share support. Hopefully donate to all the links in the description box. They're charities. Think about it if you want to donate, or just share the stories, at least if you want to. Also, a link for the Discord that I'm in right now will be also in that description box for you to look for you to join if you want to. If you feel like, you can question me, you can argue things. All opinions are welcome. And I will obviously link this, although this will be the easiest video to find. I think they had like 220, 240 something concurrent viewers at once. Like over 1 million views in like a couple hours. Yeah, not hard to find, but yeah, I'll link it anyways. I say let's not waste any time. Let's just go right into it. Here's Andrew Wilson versus Candace Owens with PBD moderating. Good God. Debating Tyler Robinson and the Charlie Kirk trial. Here we go.
See that too.
The great debate.
Are we live? Okay, so we're officially live. Candace, Andrew, good to sit down here with you, talking to you guys about the conversation that I think started with you being on Joe Rogan when you said, hey, I'm offering $300,000. And for the audience watching this, you have to know when you see this final product, there's a lot of stuff that happens behind closed doors. There was still communication till midnight, even some of the stuff this morning. It's like you're trying to sell a company. It's the last 24 hours that the deal doesn't work out, but kudos to the both of you guys that you made it work. The topic of discussion today, how this got prompted is, Andrew, you said there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And Candace, your position was he's a patsy. Tyler Robinson is a patsy. So, of course, we'll talk about a lot of different things, but that's kind of how the whole thing got started. For the audience watching, I think this is truly for three different people. Number one is anybody out there that loves Charlie, respects Charlie, his legacy, what he did. We have a lot of love and admiration for what he did. He changed the lives of many people. Young men, young women. You worked with him for many years. You guys were friends.
Probably for the
You've
worst.
said a lot of good things about Charlie, respectful towards him. You guys may have disagreed on something, but we got a lot of respect for
neutral,
him. The second audience is the folks out there, you, that's watching this. And so for you, you've been wanting something like this to take place. And kudos for Andrew for coming out and saying, hey, I want to have this conversation, and for Candace to accept it. So you have the ability to say, I agree, I disagree, comment, do all the stuff that you're doing online. And if you want to see more of these things, any of the three channels, subscribe to them. The Candace Show,
subscribe.
The Crucible. I'm sure some of the people from Crucible are watching as well. And the PBD podcast. The more you subscribe to this, the more we're able to deliver these types of conversations to you. And last but not least, it's about the two of you. My goal is to speak.
I think Candace is full of shit, but I think Andrew Wilson's on paper more full of shit. He's like extra full of shit. Hey, Trump's killing child rapists in Iran. That's why it's justified. Yeah.
Speak as little as possible. 99% of the time it'll be you guys speaking, and the audience will be able to see it.
Sorry, people should know that.
If I jump in, just so everybody knows on the back end, both have agreed. In the back, there's 3 people representing Andrew and 3 people representing Candace to do fact checking. So at any point, if somebody makes a claim, the other can say, can we fact check this? I can jump in and say, fact check this. Even the folks in the back can say, fact check this. So it is a very fair conversation that we're having here. And so with that being said, kudos to Michael Knowles. Your name was mentioned a lot. You missed out right now. The last 10 minutes, we talked about you. There's a lot of love and respect here mutually from both parties, all 3 of them here.
And he's also
of course, the great Joe Rogan that started this conversation. And he also volunteered, but it ended up being this format that we have here today.
Okay.
So with that being said, Andrew, your claim is overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Opening statements, opening comments.
Sure. And what I mean by overwhelming is I just find it very convincing. I think that's what most people mean when they say overwhelming evidence. So I have a brief opening statement.
No, that's not what. Usually that means like you're saying it on a objective level that the evidence is overwhelming, not a feeling or a belief. That's he probably like said a statement. He's trying to like walk it back. Ready? I like just be fair to the audience. I caught some portions of this debate, to be fair, but most of it's going to be like an actual reaction, as in I have not seen this before. And my bet is, my guess is that this guy said some shit before, like a tweet or something of it's overwhelming that Tyler Robinson's obviously the guy. But now he's like retconning it, meaning like he changed it, retroactively changing it. Anyways, here we go. Long video.
On September 10th, 2025, Charlie Kirk was murdered. Many of you already know a lot about the events which occurred after Kirk's death. You remember the ghoulish laughter, celebrations, and madness we saw from leftists all over, from TikTok invasions, debates, posts on social media, destruction of memorials, and things like this. Within weeks of Kirk's death, a cottage industry began to form, peddling various alternative theories on how he died. What special interest may have killed him, what nations were involved, and was our own government one of them? Because this was the first nationwide traumatic event in Gen Z's lifetime, the demand for answers was severe and palpable. The leading theory from the conspiracy verse is that Israel worked with the United States government to murder Charlie Kirk. Within a day or two of Kirk's death, Ian Carroll claimed that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, and the conspiracy caught on like wildfire. This theory was built on one misleading piece of evidence, that in his final days, on or around September 8th, Charlie sent a text message reading, "Jewish donors play into all the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause." This was sent in the context of a platforming dispute regarding Tucker Carlson. From this scintilla of misleading information, it was speculated that Israel killed Charlie Kirk because he would have successfully opposed the Iranian war. Now, that's a fun theory, and who doesn't like a good, fun conspiracy theory? I like them. But there is no evidence that Israel actually killed Charlie Kirk. And if Candace has some, I'd like her to actually show it to me. I'm open to suggestions, but to date, there hasn't been any. There is, however, tons of evidence that a leftist killed Charlie Kirk, just as Charlie feared they would. I believe Charlie Kirk, and I have the receipts. No, I didn't have a dream where he came to me and told me that the left killed him. No, he didn't come to me a dream and say, Candace Owens betrayed him. That never happened. In fact, I don't need dreams of any kind because I hold in my possession never before seen messages from Charlie Kirk to his security team on September 9th, 2025. I'm going to share the message with you today, which is the first time this information's ever been publicly revealed. On September 9th, Charlie's security team wrote to him, yes, law enforcement has been fully supportive and agreed to a security plan and posture. Tomorrow's event will be covered by both my team and the campus PD. If additional support is required, patrol units will be available. I have 11 on site. Charlie responded with this, okay, great. Remind them that they are there for one person's security only, because I'm somewhat worried the left is trying to kill me. That was a message sent September 9th. Whatever could he have meant by that? Well, I think he meant exactly what he said, that he was worried the left was going to try to kill him. Now, we'll discuss this more later on in the debate, and maybe I have more never-before-seen evidence that exposes just how wrong and, in my opinion, idiotic many of these conspiracy theories have been. But that's what happens when you rely on what's called the evidence of the gaps. In other words, they don't have evidence, they seem to just make up evidence. And what did they make up? Well, in my opinion, kind of whatever lined the pockets. And I think it's ghoulish to profit off of the death of a good man. But we came here today to debate, and so let's get to it. The debate topic today is 1, my belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and 2, Candace's belief that there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson was a patsy and didn't kill Charlie Kirk. In sum, the audience is going to decide who has more evidence supporting their theory. My theory is that the state is correct that Tyler Robinson is the killer, at least based on evidence so far, and Candace's theory that Tyler Robinson is not the killer and he's a patsy set up by the feds. To be clear, this is not a question of reasonable doubt. If it was reasonable doubt, and that's all it was, and that's all Candace was proffering, I wouldn't even be here having the debate with her. It's fair to have doubts, as the trial has yet to occur, and the state hasn't even begun to try to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, but Candace makes a more forceful claim. She claims that there's more evidence that Tyler is not guilty of murder and was set up as a patsy than there is for the state's case, and I just think that that's absurd. And she will not be able to demonstrate that in any way. In fact, she has almost no real evidence at all of her theory, whereas my theory is supported by compelling witness testimony, physical evidence, multiple confessions, all of which are independently compelling, but which are even more convincing as each piece of evidence corroborates the others. You'll notice the term overwhelming was included in both theories. This is because Candace demanded I defend my use of that term, which I think is fair, in describing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. She, on the other hand, only wanted to defend her theory as merely viable. That is, until I showed her clips in which she said she believed the evidence of her theory, that Tyler Robinson's a patsy, was supported by overwhelming evidence. Only then did she agree to defend that position. Regardless, we're both defending the claim that there's overwhelming evidence on our side, so it's worth defining that term. When I say the evidence against Robinson's overwhelming, all I'm saying is that I mean that as of right now, I find it very convincing. I see almost no evidence at all, only speculation on verified claims and suggestions of things that could merely be hypothetically possible. Dreams, vibes, feelings, things like this. Almost done, by the way. I have no problem defending the state's case and welcome Candace bringing up any challenges she would like. But if I'm honest, the reason I was willing to pay the $300,000 for this debate was to finally have a chance for someone to demand Candace be held accountable for the unbelievable theories and claims she's been making. Candace's investigation is indistinguishable from a leftist operation. She couldn't be doing more damage to the right if she were trying. She uses her considerable platform to relentlessly attack one of the most influential conservative outreach organizations for young people, and she's making a mockery of the online right-wing commentary class. She's harming Republicans in an election year by dividing them. She's attacking the very organization Charlie spent his life building.
What?
And she's attacking the people he loved, including his wife. And it cost me $300,000, but today I hope that she finally answers for some of that.
Thank you, Andrew.
Okay. So, once again, I happen to view this individual, Andrew Wilson, as a devil-worshipping fuckface. I mean, actually. I think at first, once again, I was kind of like, I don't know. I'm kind of neutral about it. Like, I don't know this guy. But the more I started hearing, especially that debate with Owen Schroyer, where I'm like, oh, okay, he works for the government, doesn't he? Like, he's a worker in some capacity. When you hear the idea of Owen Schroyer arguing about Epstein, right? And this guy brings up, well, Trump is killing pedophiles in Iran. They're pedophiles, man. And when Owen Schroyer brings up, little schoolgirls from age 9 to 12, but I think younger as well, getting blown up on the first day of the U.S. military actions in Iran, and he cracks a fucking joke. I'm like, oh, okay. All right, got it. He's one of those guys. Got it. Besides that, the idea of, Israel killed them or the left killed them, these are such vague terms that mean fucking diddly to me. And like, I kid you not, like, I usually try to understand what people are saying, but I actually don't understand what he means, what's meant by that. Was it an Israeli? Was it the Israeli government apparatus? Right? Like, what do you mean by that? You mean Jewish? What do you mean? Same thing goes with the left. You mean some guy who has left ideas in their mind? Left-leaning political ideas in their mind? Are they part of an organization? Like, what does that fucking mean? And usually these con artists use fucking vague terms to trick you, the audience. It's for you. It's vague on purpose, probably. And once again, just watching this guy maneuver around, like, he seems like a fucking loser, devil-worshipping motherfucker. Anyways, I guess we'll hear from Candace now, after Drake had his little soliloquy. I don't know why we're doing this. Just have a conversation. That's all I would ask for. I don't know why we're doing fucking actual opening statements where you're reading from a fucking phone when a person's right in front of you. The person you have a contention with is right in front of you. Whatever. Okay. Fair enough. Let's move on. Here we go.
Candace?
Did you get it out of your system?
I did.
Okay, great. Well, I'm not going to waste time with the preamble because I think I just want to get to the substance of the debate, and we'll just speak to the audience.
Like I said.
I've obviously had an audience since we've been covering this case. People know that there was a personal friendship between me and Charlie, and diminishing the pursuit of something that makes sense regarding what happened on September 10th. By throwing it to, this is just people who are conspiracy theorists. These are people who are just trying to generate clicks. I don't think that people should be satisfied by that. I want people to remember that it's important to think. We've been lied to by the government a great many times over, just the last couple of years, if you just think of the things that we've learned about our government. And I do want to say this, what's been the most disturbing element, I think, for everyone is that not only does the narrative not make any sense, which I'm going to demonstrate, I don't need to waste time with the preamble going through the points or trying to insult you or pretending that I've been running a podcast saying it's just dreams and vibes like I'm Miss Cleo. And that's the reason why it's taking so many influencers. It looks like $1 billion industry of influencers to dispute everything Candace says. It's not because I'm on my platform saying I had a dream last night. I don't think I think that diminishes you as an argument. Obviously, we have presented a lot of evidence. You just presented a text message and said, this is evidence. Well, that's how this entire thing began. You're talking about how Israel got into the conversation. It was because immediately after Charlie died, one of the first things we saw was this push to make us all think and remember how much he loved Israel. It's because the prime minister of Israel, who's fighting like a 27 front war, felt that he needed to come do a little mini tour and to be, strangely, to state that I did not kill Charlie Kirk when nobody was having that thought that I can remember. Nobody was going, I wonder if Bibi Netanyahu killed Charlie Kirk. And then we had a round of influencers who lied and said Charlie was not changing on Israel, that he wasn't having any disagreements regarding that topic, that the day he died, he just loved Israel so much. And I demonstrated via a text message, which you just mentioned, and you're now contextualizing and pretending it was just about Tucker Carlson, which is not true. It was a part of a broader shift that Charlie was having over the last, I would say, actually, on your show, it began since October 7th, which is when I began asking myself more questions about Israel as well. And so, yeah, when all of these things happen in the immediate aftermath, and then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that, Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that, and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie, debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So let's see how it goes.
Okay. Once again, I think Candace is full of shit too, personally. I think she has some pathologies going on over there. But right now she's winning history, right? Because people have, rightfully so, have plenty of questions about the death of Charlie Kirk. From that to the 30-06 to the fucking chat GPT looking text messages or Discord messages, all of it, the evidence they've given us, blurry videos and surveillance video in 2025, right, when this happened. Yeah, plenty of questions that are worthy. But this thing with Israel, it's I'm sorry, I view Charlie Kirk at the time when it happened. I was saying this when it happened. I'm like, he's not a threat to fucking Israel. Sorry, the governmental apparatus of Israel that's in ties with the U.S. apparatus along with other nations, but that's what people are focusing on right now. Sorry, I don't see where Charlie's a threat to where they have to kill him. In fact, the thing that some of the donors were doing is the answer to let's get rid of Charlie Kirk, which is let's not fund him anymore. He'll pivot his, he'll change his direction probably if he's not getting money from people. He'll say, oh, you know what? Fuck Israel, right? And which is the PR move to do, as you see Tucker and Candace done very late in the game, but they did it on paper. He could have just did that, and thus you just have another person you're trying to shout down, and you have the backing of, once again, multiple governments, multiple intelligence agencies, and obviously paid devil worshippers like Andrew Wilson that will help you out, right? By the way, I think even PBD is one of those. He's, I think, a fucking devil worshiper as well. You can add Candace to that. You can add Nick Fuentes to that. Like, it is what it is for me. Just the way these guys move around, where it doesn't feel like there's a sense of like leaning towards wisdom. It seems like it's leaning towards, garnering an audience. But it sounds more like, it doesn't sound like Christ is king. It sounds like Christ is a tool I use to garner an audience, to become psychopathic Oprah, as I call Candace Owens. So either way, listen, I'll hear these guys out debating each other. And sure, Candace is talking like a lawyer right now, but let's be honest, you are very much dramatically implying the idea of Israel or of how important your dream was. Like, oh, it's a spiritual experience that I'm having this, feeling with, and I'm going over JFK stuff and the book club and all this fucking shit, which would be fine for someone just normally doing that. Like, I'm sure most of our audience are just like honestly like looking for things and curious, and they found a kind of thought leader that's expressing what maybe they're feeling, right? But I'd say keep your fucking eyes open. Like, once again, I'm sure you've been played before. I'm sure you bought into some sort of political ideology or a personality, right? And got fucking played by them. Don't let it happen again. Don't ever let it happen again. Which means you should be questioning the motives of Candace Owens as well, in my humble opinion. But, that's not what's in. I already said my statements about Andrew Wilson. Obviously, that's not me taking his side in regards to any of this shit. It's more so, what if your favorite and your opposition are both set up to trick you? I'm not even going full conspiracy. I'm saying just the way socially it might work out. Maybe you should, critically think. What's at play? Let's see where they go. I assume it's going to turn more into open conversation here. Let's check it out. Here we go.
Just out of curiosity, are you between 0 to 100? What is the likelihood that you think Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk and killed him?
Based on the evidence right now, I don't know. I'd say 75, 85%.
Candace?
0%.
0%.
I'm at 0.
75,
with what we've seen in terms of the
Based on
evidence,
what?
I'm at 0%.
So not only, that maybe somebody was behind him as a patsy influencing him, you're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right.
And kill him.
I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't know what role he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from Losi.
Yeah, but just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Valhalla steel cages and shot it and it went through. So under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not. A
Okay,
30-06
but you
from
are
low C,
open-
150 feet. No.
But you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been
She meant
shot at all.
yards.
With maybe a smaller.
Smaller caliber? Okay. And then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that. And we can get to those things as well. The other thing is in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that, it will be presented, obviously, if this goes to trial. But yes, I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an
why are we skipping to that? The 30-6 thing, to me, makes the most sense of a evidence thing to go over, for sure. But why are we going right from there to the steakhouse thing? I'd go to, hey, what are these guys doing where they're taking cameras down or taking SD cards from cameras, like from a crime scene? What's with the concreting over the crime scene? There's a lot of weird anomalies. The George Zimmer, what's his name? Is it George? The fucking old man who said, I did it, or, don't kill me, right? Confessing with his pants down. There's a lot of anomalies in that little section of things. I think the Mikey McCoy thing is kind of weird, too, where, like, the way he moved around, I'm like, yeah, what the fuck is this? That, I think, take precedence over the fucking steakhouse thing. But once again, I think Andrew Wilson is a subverting type of lying, pathological motherfucker, in my humble opinion. Sorry for the cursing, soccer moms. Let's play.
I do believe that he was in Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is.
Well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute. And that's why I'm...
Yeah, but we're trying to get to whether there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
so whether then starting
if you want to use the first part of that...
I thought they were supposed to start on what do they agree on. I thought that's what Andrew Wilson was saying. But all right, whatever.
We should go over the actual evidence that we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that to be very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits the neck of any human being. When you say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from a 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know, but definitely upon impact. Right. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. And my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be a part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay. So just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, we covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner, any of those people who went into the science of...
Yes, I recall. You're talking about...
The bullet analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene. Right. That doesn't remove if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
I agree.
That's not convincing evidence to me.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So you I think have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And for how many years?
Many, many years.
For many years. Mm-hmm. You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it change 15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? Then I corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
And I was an NRA instructor for many years alongside my gun shop.
As with your expertise, when she gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done. You said something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point in time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to, but I want you to respond to 2 points. I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science, right? She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5 plus prints. And among those 5 plus prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5 plus other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay. You think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that you fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah. So the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twig's DNA was on there, and it was not.
Well, when she gave the testimony, hold on. First, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis in the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded. I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took
hang
it.
On. I'm just granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean, so what?
Yeah, so what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah, so wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded.
I'm telling you to explain it. You're the gunsmith.
Well, wait a second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory
so
with
your
fingerprints?
answer is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
you don't have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what? So say, I don't know. I actually don't have an explanation for that,
prove,
Candace.
Though, is my question.
Well, I think that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those are the 3 names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
so
go ahead.
This was a portion of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken that sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there is evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off.
Well, I assumed she had, once again, on the surface, I don't trust either one of these people, but on the surface, why can't she say, hey, there's this other piece of evidence over here, and there's another piece of evidence, other story over here, this other circumstance over there, plus this whole little fingerprint DNA. They were mixing up terms there. I don't know if they mean DNA or if they mean fingerprints. It seems like they were mixing and mashing that together. But either way, it's like, how come that can't add to the other evidence and say, okay, here's why I think he's just a patsy or whatever. So this is like intellectually like that's dishonest of an argument from Andrew Wilson, but that's no surprise in my humble opinion. Once again, not some team player of Candace either, not some fan of Candace. Just being honest about analysis here and logic. But okay, here we go. Back of one tick. Here we go.
Evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off. Right? You would need to actually explain how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy. Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson, it could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said, we're not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay, so it was his grandfather's gun or great-grandfather's gun.
Oldest, I guess.
I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter, is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part
Okay,
if I can't get to the end of the sentence?
I'll wait patiently till we get to
so
the
that
patsy
could be a
part.
reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together, that doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints, and that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various places.
But it also could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be patsy.
Describe how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
like he's arguing, like I thought the point is like take all the evidence and say, here's why I think he's a patsy, and this is just one chunk of it. I'm repeating that, but still, it's like he's arguing on the surface. Once again, arguing in such a dishonest fucking way, just like he did with Owen Schroyer, just dishonest type of argumentation, which is why I call this guy a fucking devil worshiper. Humbly. What's at play? Here we go.
Describe how this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary hearing?
No, I didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
She got mad cake on her face.
My own opinion,
You
which
said
is
in
that
your opening statement,
based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
the state has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any.
What is
No,
this?
that's very important because that rule is
Patrick-
hearsay.
Yeah,
Bev, who's this?
we are locking in on a debate between Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson debating the Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk trial thingy. I'm curious.
Oh, so let me guess. She's believing that Tyler Robinson, whatever, didn't do it, and he believes that Tyler Robinson did it. That's what they're debating about, basically.
Yeah, but I don't know how much these people actually believe in things, in my personal opinion. And they got Patrick Bet David to be the moderator. But here we go.
What's up with your socks, bro? I gotta make this comedy. You see his socks? It's not even pulled all the way up. But go ahead, let it roll.
He's worried about a flood. All right, here we go.
1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy.
No, that's very
behavior.
important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative
I
hearing.
don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no,
This is a huge point. This
I
is,
want to.
this is crazy that you don't know
We can call for
this.
a fact check if
Yes,
all the evidence
we need
was
more than a
put
fact
in.
check. This was every single
The
day.
team in the back is
Utah
actually
rule
saying
1102.
They want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well. But they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah, so this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercausal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay, and I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire...
Now, the way I understand it is that it's not throwing shit at the wall. It's coordinatedly throwing shit at the wall. It's not just like random. It's what will stick that the judge will be like, okay, this is acceptable. We can go to trial with this, or you're allowed to bring this to trial with you as evidence or as something, right? As far as like how much detail they show about it, maybe they only have to show like hey, here's enough of a reason to bring this to trial, and thus we'll show more later on. I don't know if that's the case or not. I don't know the fucking rule book like that. But all right, here we go.
Your reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the
Correct.
preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it the same way that you got to Tyler Robinson.
From that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah, and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial, swear them in. But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley was saying,
but not all of it, like I said.
The overwhelming majority.
Again, no dispute.
Outside of the one that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off.
Though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate, actually maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution. 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance just can't willy-nilly say.
I'm not disputing.
But the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence. That's what you're saying to me. When you say, Candace,
I'll
can't
give
talk
you the
about the degraded
argument
prince,
now.
which is a fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that.
Didn't say that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just literally making stuff up. So here's what the position is. I'm asking this.
I'm saying that I think you. Let's pull that up. Let's pull that up. I am doing exactly what the state did. I'm looking at a piece of evidence, and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there.
Can you describe to the audience what Rule 1102
means? So
this,
just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I'm saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from a fact like
just making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew.
Based on
can
your
I show my evidence? You just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take a piece of evidence and then you are allowed to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in point, that's a demonstration that's a demonstration of what I just did. I said the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't, okay? That's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a point,
it is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he is describing,
we're asking you
that he is using to argue his case is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact. So what they are inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference that even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
Because it probably requires other evidence. Once again, not a Candace fan. I call her psychopathic Oprah, but she's not, as far as I understand on paper, she's not just saying patsy because of that particular evidence and that alone. Like, what's your logic? Well, the logic is take this piece of evidence, add it to another piece of evidence, add it to another piece of evidence, and on and so forth. Which means you have to essentially like go over all the topics, which is the point of this whole discussion, I think. And that's why it screams like dishonest, kind of gotcha style debate bro shit. And also pickle jars. All right, here we go.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car, okay? They are inferring that that's Tyler Robinson.
Can you walk me through the inference? So that I understand.
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have images.
I'm talking about your inference that the fingerprints even if they're degraded equals Patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals Patsy. I think it is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a Patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to Patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts, okay? It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally...
They're not answering each other's questions. I don't think Candace is understanding what the fuck he's asking for. And he's, I think, doing, the debate bro shit. That are kind of not even talking to each other. And for some reason, I'm picking that out. For some reason. Where Candace thinks he means, hey, how come this piece of evidence is worthy of being a part of calling him a patsy? Like, no, he's saying, like, why? How come you're using just this piece of evidence alone? How is that enough to call him a patsy? Which it's not, right? It's that plus all the other shit that Candace has done fucking months, almost a year of fucking stories about. It'd be all of that, right? Like on the surface. Whatever. All right, here we go.
That's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why most people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if there's 100 other plausible explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole defense. Your whole claim today.
My whole claim was that there is more evidence that he has set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like I'm saying that I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right. To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
The standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over the
floor? That's what convinced me.
Sure,
when you actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named.
You said that could be LeBron James.
5 things. I think
230. You know, 260.
You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes.
230. That's a lie.
You just said you didn't say it, so we're gonna get a fact check on that. You did.
Miami's like 280.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps.
No, you what?
Literally,
280.
Officer Daly testified. They talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most. I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And part of me is actually.
You seen 280? You seen bodybuilders?
They asked him a question. How did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay. That's an absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
the
they were
idea that
on
a college campus, two people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. Why is it absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd thing to say.
I'm not I know
sure, these are the same people because they're both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened. But even if it is,
you can get a fact check on it.
But even if it is, again,
and it was
if we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logic.
You're a Trump supporter, so you can't say nothing but logic.
False claim.
But you just told me I couldn't.
So when
he's not a supporter,
that never happened. You're just making stuff up.
That is clear.
So anyway,
that's even worse. That's even worse.
What I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on the totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweets of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
did
you
delete
tweets.
Okay, cool. Just look for. He said it was his car. It was his It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was
Okay,
going on.
she has it. Perfect. If you got Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not an exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just 5 seconds ago, you should concede.
You said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even
Patrick,
pull your
did
own
I
clip.
say that?
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing is funny here is like...
The thing that's funny here is that I thought it was about the case, but I guess it's about the Candace versus Andrew. Actually, it's about them. But that's no surprise. That's no surprise, to be honest with you. But yeah, that's where we're at. Okay.
Nobody cares for Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, poor Charlie, man. It's like,
Nobody cares for him.
with friends like these, Charlie. I mean, all right.
Who needs friends?
All right, here we go.
We still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting?
So
But just say you were wrong. It's cool to just say I was wrong.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny. That's not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of no.
Now wait a minute, because that was I thought Candace bringing up the degraded DNA or fingerprints on the rifle was a portion of the evidence that, you know, in tandem with other pieces of evidence is showcase that, hey, that's why I think he's a patsy. Okay, that makes sense. But Andrew saying X, Y, or Z on Twitter, he's now arguing, well, that's not my whole argument. That's just like a portion of what I mean.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's
Like,
not
you were
all
just-
what I said.
Exactly. So it's like, that, I thought you were just arguing that.
He's acting like a lawyer.
Yeah, he's moving weird. He's moving like a weirdo. But that's, once again, no surprise from the guy who cracked the joke about girls being blown up in Iran. Not surprising from this guy. It's just,
He cracked a joke about that.
Yes, he did. Yes,
Now
he
you
did.
see, when white people say things like that, and then they get mad when they get killed overseas, then they want to bitch. It's like, yo, if you want to say things and then people do things of what you're saying, you can't get mad. That's why I don't be understanding some of these racist white people. Like, you say things and then people react to what you say. You act like people can't have a reaction to what you're saying. Like, if you say something, a person can't physically do nothing to you. Oh, they have the right. I'm not saying it's right, but you can't. If you can't, like you can't control somebody's reaction when you say things. Like, they don't know that words have power. Like,
exactly. Well, it's human beings, right? If you say the wrong thing to the right person, something can happen from it. 100%. If they're in a mood, if they're whatever going on, if you say certain words to someone, something can happen from it. 100%. The point is more so, and importantly here, because anyone can say words and get in trouble with someone else. It's more so like, are you a hypocrite? That's where the question lies for me on a human level. And especially with people like Andrew Wilson, like, oh, are you a fucking hypocrite? And it's looking like that from past things I've heard before, and here now. But let's keep playing. Once again, I'm trying to be as less pause in the video as possible. I know I like to talk a lot, but I'll try to like let these guys just go. But some things are just you have to pause it and fucking yell at it for a second at least. But all right, let's hit play. Here we go.
You didn't. You said that I only said this one thing and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all of these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So, no, you're actually incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the actual evidence itself.
Are you
Yes, I'm okay.
Exactly.
Anyway, back
I
to the
wasn't
evidence
ask if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually,
I'm
I'm
fine.
glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay.
back-
I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just
but
saying
back
that
to
I
this.
just said you tweeted this. You said, no, I didn't. We got a fact check.
you're
And
trying to
now
control
you're
the
like just going to gaslight me and
conversation.
pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
it wasn't exhaustive.
Yes,
I
you
never
are.
said that. I just said you
There's
did say this.
zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more,
Yeah,
but I
you-
would like
you're
to
guilty
address
of
what you
gaslighting.
said
This
in
is your
that statement.
time. If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
I'm just addressing what you asserted on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you was overwhelming. That's literally
That's
your
not
debate
what you
claim.
said.
Who's there?
That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange.
Okay.
I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position, if
Okay.
that's what you're asking me.
So just going back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that? That's
Is that the only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right?
ex-
What the fuck? Candace, he's saying, listen, my, my summation of what happened here when it comes to Tyler Robinson is based on all the evidence that I've looked at. And your claim is like based on all the evidence that you've seen, Candace, that no, this is not the case. Why not go there? Why are you pulling it back to, well, Andrew's a little fucking liar on the internet? You're bringing it back there when you're supposed to be, once again, the legacy, the friendship, the love for Charlie Kirk. Or it's like it's all gone now. It's about destroying Andrew Wilson. Like, fuck, both these guys fucking suck ass, bro. Once again, I caught some portions of this, but I didn't pay too much attention. I was actually expecting a little bit more, where it's like, okay, here's evidence, first evidence, right? Here's one topic, let's go over the evidence of it, and let's see who sounds more correct about it. But instead, it's PBD show. I guess it's PBD show.
Where Vinny at? Where Vinny at, man?
Vinny couldn't make it. It's PBD show. I'm sure PBD got a check for this one. I bet he did. But this is PBD show on Candace's channel.
That's all I do is collect checks.
No, wait.
Collect checks.
Check this out, analytical. It's PBD show on Candace's channel featuring Andrew Wilson. That's what I'm getting so far.
Hold up, this is her room? This is her background that they sitting in?
They're in her house. I'm watching this on Candace's channel. PBD is the fucking host. I can see his emblem in the back, right behind his head. And Andrew Wilson is the featured guest. I'm like, what the fuck am I looking at? I'll give him a chance.
Yeah,
we're early here. I'll give him a chance, but go ahead.
They look for views. They're looking for views. How we going to debate this case, and we all can make some money off of it. Yeah. I see it.
That's called
Good content.
Yeah, that's called humanity sinking a little bit further at that point. But let's it play. There we go.
I feel like
Sure,
that's fair.
but not exhaustive, just so you know.
And I never said it was
Okay.
exhaustive,
Go
even though
ahead.
you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why are you addressing and making inferences off of the testimony?
No, I never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion. And I'm just going to throw it right back at you because
Yeah,
for some
that's
reason
fair.
you permit yourself to do it. And that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it. And then you say, when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you able to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah, so in that particular case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because, I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler
Candace may not be
Robinson,
picking up
then
on-
you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you
I'm
make
trying-
everybody, you
that's
call them
literally
conspiracy
what I'm trying
theorists.
to explain to you.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference why I think it's Tyler Robinson is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On
Yeah,
top
I would.
of
I'm
that,
sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I
Yeah.
don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm
in footage.
paraphrasing,
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close
up?
to
Yeah,
it.
If
I
you
don't-
may
I
have
feel-
it,
I
if
think
you
that's
By the
not
can
way,
pull it up.
Twigs himself said that he
You're
had
gonna see me
some
on the staircase?
that he had some maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
So this is essentially the prosecution, the Utah prosecution, the state versus Tyler Robinson, where their idea, the only real thing that could potentially that could actually pin down Tyler Robinson is just Lance Twiggs, whether it's text messages or some sort of note that got burned or whatever, right? It's like that. Lance Twiggs' testimony is the only thing the state really had that I saw as like concrete. And apparently that's also Andrew Wilson's argument as well, is basically just a prosecution. But a little bit more actually subversion of discussion, right? The prosecution at least has to like an actual judge to deal with, where they're like, hey, you can't just say that, or you can't just do that, or you can't just edit a video and draw circles on it and allow it to be like shown to the public. We're not going to allow that. So it's like Andrew Wilson's the prosecution from Utah with less rules bounding him. That's what it sounds like at this point. If that's his argument, let's apply it. Here we go.
Hang on. So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson, not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes of evidences.
So let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on, because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the staircase. Or
he didn't tweet it.
Texting that's me in the staircase. I think that I didn't
say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, you'll be able to see me in footage at UVU. And I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that? The second thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, me pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses, he wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means like...
That happens, by the way, all the time in these cases.
And I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance and this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective, that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more is going to come out.
That either.
Because they interviewed him on September 11th. And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way, for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's Skyler, I think he said much more than that. So
actually, interesting enough, because the way it sounded during the preliminary hearing was like Lance Twiggs was the star person, the star witness, or star testimony. Like he will have a chance to be cross-examined potentially because it's relying a lot on him. In the I would assume like the main evidence against Tyler Robinson is that, because the physical evidence is a struggle, as far as I understand. But all right, here we go.
So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about. Skylar, I think you have it. You just text me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember this, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I don't remember that from the time.
I'm just saying to you, like, I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
That's kind of crazy.
The 801, Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay, if you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay?
Statements that are not hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then, wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. Mm-hmm. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
no,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say that. You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
the overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite scientific.
Sounds like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. What do you feel like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly hearsay.
Yes,
is that the case?
It was. Yes, that's a fact. I'm not backtracking on that at all.
And what are the things?
How many times did you, if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like they constantly, I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102. And the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard and I agree with what I'm watching. You are watching the state put on a hearsay preliminary hearing, and all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you, write this statement? So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from. All allowed at this stage. Okay, but it's hearsay. So,
but even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson. Okay, his boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points.
Is that true?
That this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just means
you can't consider another option that there could have been another white guy wearing Converses on campus.
Yeah, what's that?
That his roommate, are they lovers or that's just a rumor?
I believe it's established as a fact.
Oh, so Tyler Robinson, he like boys.
Yeah, but apparently Lance Swiggs is transitioning into a girl, so maybe likes trans girls. I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know.
He was born a male, so he's a man. I don't get into all that, whatever. So MAGA likes men because Tyler Robinson, he's for the right? He's a Republican conservative, right?
That is not established. Nah.
Tyler Robinson, he's not Republican?
That is not established. No. In fact, they're arguing that he is, Andrew Wilson is arguing, and I think the state prosecution is leaning towards that as well, that Tyler Robinson is a quote-unquote leftist that didn't like Charlie Kirk.
To switch it up.
Well, what's your idea of him being conservative based on? Because of gun culture in Utah?
The first time they said that his family is conservative, so he grew up, with the, so the whole town is conservative mostly. The whole town.
But that's
mostly conservative.
Why would that stop anyone from being different? in that regard.
Nah, but majority certain they don't. I'm not saying some don't, but majority they go with the flow. You know, they don't want to be.
Yeah.
They don't want to, cast it straight. And some of his tweets, he even, I heard what he said about Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk when he said, he don't have, he does, but he said something about what the stuff he's saying is not good. I read that, but his family said he's conservative. His own family said that, so that's why.
I don't know if I've heard that before. I've heard of like, hey, but I've heard family members saying like, yeah, we're all kind of conservative, but not really him in particular, though. Or saying it's more of like a traditional, like we're kind of like this, but he could be different, right? Just saying like maybe he'll say certain things or pretend certain things or stay quiet about certain things in front of his family, which a lot of people do, versus him on his own. Like just being honest. Right, but I don't know. I can't say now. I don't know his fucking life story like that.
That's a new for me about him being a liberal. Now they trying to switch it because I remember what's his name? Something the Governor Cox. I remember the Governor Cox the day when they captured him. He said, "I pray it was the other side." I remember him saying that. He said, "I pray it was the other side," meaning the left, but it wasn't. I remember him saying that live, right when they arrested him.
Yeah,
I remember the governor saying that. So that's why I'm saying he's right winger, because that's what they said. Oh, it's the left, but then when they start gathering evidence, that's when they say, oh, he's with the right. So that's why I said MAGA.
Fair enough. But
I guess,
I'm not gonna speak for you, but for plenty of people that once again they look at the image of the guy, they see a white kid with the glasses on, the bent rim baseball cap, and the kind of tacky looking white guy outfit, right? And they're like, that guy must be a fucking Republican. And there's pictures of him with guns in his hand.
And he's with the gropers or something. I don't know how to pronounce that. With the frogs, whatever. Nick Fuentes. The gripers. He was with them, and they're not left. And they're not liberals.
That's not established either. Although, it's not established
that
he's a griper. That wasn't established at all.
They did say that.
People implied that. I implied that when I first heard of the bullet casings with the writing on it. My first thoughts was like, that sounds like some like apathetic teenager style internet griper person. That's what it screamed, like in narrative.
So you may see the picture that he had the all black Adidas suit on, and he had the frog next.
Yeah, he had the Pepe meme, but that doesn't mean a team affiliation, right? Like for me, like I can view it equally as much that he's just an apathetic young guy, right? If Tyler Robinson did kill Charlie Kirk, right, I can equally view it as some sort of apathetic younger person who's like, fuck it, burn the world down. I could easily see that versus like some sort of like actual affiliation towards one team or another. I could actually see that. That's a possibility. Yeah, we're here. It is what it is. It is what it is. I try to be fair to everyone. I leave room. I look at all the possibilities of things that can happen. And it could be all these different type of political affiliations. Or, once again, apolitical, as in fuck politics. I just want to kind of burn the world down because I don't like my own life. Right? It could be a whole bunch of different things. But what I want most of all is just honest analysis. And it feels more like it's Candace versus Andrew than it is about guilty or innocence when it comes to Tyler Robinson. That's the unfortunate part. And that's what, for real, this debate right here will probably be considered momentous and, a conversation thing, right? The talk of the town style thing on the internet, at least. And
it's going to be it's going to be trend. More people are going to have this debate over that, just like they are. It's the first one.
But what if the terms are set by these two fucking dingbats? Right?
Which probably are.
Yeah. That are like people like, hey, let me just think about this for a second. think about it for a little bit. But all right, here we go. What's up, bud? Once again, YouTube, I apologize for the lagging. Discord is so fucked for me lately. I don't know why, but it is what it is. There we go.
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said
frozen screen.
That what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
And that's fair. I understand that
I looked at those blurry photos that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that he's wearing Converses and he also that's just crazy.
But these aren't
to me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in your Twitter.
That's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right? What did you find?
And this is not an exhaustive list of all the things that I find
that's not what you said
convincing.
in the tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're limited now to 240 characters anymore.
So anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well,
even though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
Is there something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me ask you that question.
Yes,
okay.
That's what I was saying.
Okay, go ahead. Go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine.
You gotta make this money. That's what I'm here for. Gotta make this money.
if we're going into a different topic, that
what I'm here for.
30 minutes.
You fix your socks. All right, make sure you fix your socks here.
You find to be more overwhelming.
Yeah.
So like a homeless person.
For me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will be back in 3.5 minutes. Thank you.
All right, you guys, nearly.
Okay, there should be ads here. I actually caught that portion right there earlier today. But I'm going to skip these ads. I'm going to hit play, and then I'll be right back. So let's just skip this shit. Oh my God, how many fucking ads do you have, Candace? The fuck? Hill, the fuck you selling me? All right.
/Candace. Kits are available for United States residents only.
Okay, we're back. Fantastic. I think we're back.
All right, I'll be right back.
By the way, just an FYI for those of you that are watching The Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent there watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your friends of his. Click that subscribe button and helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech.
You're part of the mainstream media.
Let's go back into the text conversation we were having, right? Okay. Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay. That sounds fair. Okay. So, yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay. So if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence. And this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay. Mm-hmm. So right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp. But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state. Okay. So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes, you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist. But then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
also, as a Helldivers
novelist
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but
Was that a joke, Andrew? The fuck?
Yeah, he tried to be funny. Yeah.
Okay. I was like, is that an actual point or were you joking? Okay. Got the Helldivers. There we go.
my point being is just that, first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch.
Yeah, but do you see how that's intuition?
That is. I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. You are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, not trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science. Now they try to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine and mass and things like this.
Kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition's the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some parts compelling. I think this should go. I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be
Don't you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all. Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said, parking aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, aside just a general intuition that sometimes might be second messages. Then we look at the filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace. And I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm able to sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial, and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from. Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that, yes, it was actually him. He was holding his phone and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery.
Now, to be fair, you don't even if and a lot of people use auto login or remember me, right? Just open the app and you're already logged in. Just saying. But all right, here we go.
Was not met by the time we got to the preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids.
I will say it's weird that this guy somehow avoided, once again, blatant facial features being shown on camera, right? He's quite hidden throughout the entire ordeal of the security cameras, as far as we've seen. Somehow do all that, right? Basically know where the cameras are and move certain ways, and then somehow also texting a confession to, I guess, his alleged boyfriend or roommate, and also on Discord as well. That's all kind of weird to me. It could be, it could just happen that way, maybe, but I think that's worthy of looking at, using your intuition. Forgive me. As hey, maybe that's weird, just a little bit, at least, a little bit. But here we go.
Facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids. And you love them more than anything.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. None of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things. I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and wants to avenge Charlie Kirk. And, we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source. an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
Do you find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the prosecution
What you're doing is
did.
a cool story.
It's not cool. Well, you must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool story.
Wait,
you're saying that according to your sources, that the reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case, it was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, "Hey, is this you? What's going on here?" And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in. You wouldn't go out and be like, "No, that's not what happened."
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay, maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong on?
So what is your? Sorry, just so I'm clear. Where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no. I didn't say that.
You said there's the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler
Well, I mean, that's
confronted
part
him?
of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, but when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking about like the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but we can pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that in the back to pull it up?
I can already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because this is where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office,
Mike Mitchell,
up to I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes the what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point though. Why wouldn't the
negates
parents?
The point because you don't have a statement from the parents. you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
it's not correcting.
misinformation?
That doesn't negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him, and we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference. And he said, they know it's you and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout leader.
How does this negate the parents could write this second? And by the way, if you had the evidence. I'm going to address
that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. Never happened.
You're quoting the parents as having said, you said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was, did you say involved? I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Because we do have evidence that
and I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One is the charging doc, and the other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can run Kathy to go back, and then just to go backwards to Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If you're okay with that,
thing not in dispute. These are all things that are not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages as something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that, and she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. you don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get
Don't you
discovery on
think
the
that
messages.
would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the
they just could be somebody else.
The parents fact check. That was
so
the
I
other
was
one,
saying,
right?
I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis.
Let's pull it up.
Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a
here? Is
little
this
bit?
the charging
I
doc?
can't see it.
960.
Robinson's
Okay, yes.
father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night. Mike Mitchell got interviewed, Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the 3 of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they decided to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
That's the question
First
I've been
off,
asking.
the parents are not going to ever play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
But
forever.
they're playing to somebody else who's your source?
I'm not going to address that.
They're playing to someone else who's your source, but won't go publicly tell the media this is not true?
Well, what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that you would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media.
This mother,
especially when your son is
if I thought that my kid
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like, "That's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened. These people are lying through their teeth."
Now, isn't that like? Wait a minute. I thought he was supposed to be Mr. Rational. Now he's like, no, actually, like emotionally, humanly react. Right, which is possible that someone might be like that, but he switches it up based on, convenience. It seems like versus actual. Like, yo, just be upfront, man. Like, just be honest and upfront. Right, Christ is king. Right, Andrew Wilson, be upfront. Just say, like, yo, man, I think you're a liar, Candace. And in fact, I'm here to show the world that you're a liar. Watch this. Just do that. But instead, he switches up the rationale for his arguments. He switches it up. Sometimes it's like burden of evidence. Sometimes it's like, well, don't people act this way, man? Don't people do this? Right? It's like, why are you switching it up? Actually, I assume Candace is going to do the same thing. But right now, on the surface, Andrew is blatantly doing that. Now it's like irrational, not irrational, but abstract. Wouldn't a parent do this? Wouldn't they? Versus him, like, where's the evidence, huh? Like, yo, pick something here. It's like, just be upfront and honest. But I think this guy struggles with that because he probably hates himself. I'll be honest. At the core of it, he's a Sam Cedar type. He doesn't like himself. What's the play, though?
They'd be public whether you like it or not.
Yeah, that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what would happen.
If you have a source, it seems like they're violating it with them.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that that statement that is included in this charging document, I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell. And Mike Mitchell would be a part, he's
based
saying,
on the statements of the
it's
parents.
him saying, the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down the line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt Robinson and Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense.
My guess is that Candace actually talked to them, to the parents, and there might be actually disputing it there. That's my guess. Because she is a showwoman. She does her showwoman shit. And also, if you're the defense, maybe you wait till trial to bring the parents in. Although, you may want to kind of dispute it in some form or fashion, just to make sure it's a topic during the trial. Once again, my lack of understanding of how trials work is, palpable. But still, I would think if you're the defense, maybe if what Candace is saying is true, and these guys are disputing this, or potentially disputing this, maybe they wait for a shock and awe moment during a trial, which is not really about truth and wisdom, but whatever. Okay, fine. Fair enough. Society, our world sucks. Here we go.
This statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That would also be a good time for the defense to say that's just totally fabricated.
No, it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not receive discovery.
You're saying that they didn't receive that information?
No. They just received the text messages. But in order to...
That's not the text messages.
The probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah.
No.
They could have said they're
no.
They're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing, the defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's evidence.
I'm asking, are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say...
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly... If you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds... That's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that they filed yesterday or a couple of days ago, the appropriate, what you're doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying, we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward, right? And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal, right? So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so they're saying all of these charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking. Why you're saying could they just put on?
What I'm asking specifically is who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like, no, the gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you. Let's just say maybe this was misconstrued, right? There's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait a second. We're here. Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
My
Sorry.
your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
But thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it convincing?
If that was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody'd have a problem, actually. At least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying. In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear. Of course, conspiracies exist. Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that, where you claim that there's good evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing, that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically. That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Okay.
I think Andrew Wilson's. I mean, I think he's blatantly a dishonest actor, just blatantly. I think he knows what he's saying when he says the word overwhelming. I know they're harping on that. It's based on a tweet, maybe prior statements as well, but still, like like when you see fucking blurry images of a guy jumping off a rooftop. And you say overwhelmingly, well, no, overwhelming meaning like my opinion. Like it just, I just feel like it's overwhelming. Like definitely Tyler Robinson, like based on what? Or text messages in a way or whatever the fuck. How is that overwhelming to you? Sure. We can say it's subjective and sure, your side, but if that's how you view things, that's your standard of things. How do we trust your vision on anything? Honestly, why are you the one here? Honestly, like that's what I would ask. It's a weird thing because his I don't know, his takedown of Candace or in words like trying to break down her arguments is actually like the actual core reasoning of it of Candace's side. Is his core arguments for himself about this topic. That's why it's kind of mind-boggling here. If you read through the language here, his breakdown of Candace is actually a breakdown of himself too. So you're saying like, okay, I guess do nothing is the actual answer, I guess, from Andrew Wilson. Interesting, very interesting. I hope that made sense because that's what I'm actually viewing. Personally, whatever. Okay. Here we go.
not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that
What
the
lecture?
state is allowed to use.
I didn't
this is
lecture
what
you.
this is what my problem is. You guys are not allowed. Yeah, you guys think while it's still legal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway,
Nobody said you can't.
going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say, I'm looking at the gun and I see and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state.
That's propositionally false.
That is not.
On paper, in words, Candace is actually correct. From what I'm hearing from Andrew Wilson, his logic, I don't care what words he uses, the core logic of what he's saying, and his presentation of either doubt or confirmation of something, or sorry, inferring of something, it boils down to, like, well, I'm saying my side's correct. We're doing the same thing, but my side's correct. And in fact, it actually reflects in their arguments. You can see they're using each other's. No. He is doing that. He's using things that he's going against her with. He's using it as his argument for himself. The same tactics that he's saying that she's doing. He's not. Okay.
If you don't agree with my side, then you're not allowed your opinion.
All right, fair enough. But his without
exactly. I've listened to this for 4 minutes just now with here. I saw that it was playing earlier. I didn't have time to watch it, but this was actually the part I fucking saw 4 or 5 minutes of.
I'm actually in the same, but I caught like minutes here or there. It's kind of busy. I caught like minutes here or there, and then I'm like, okay, let me watch the whole thing right now. And what he's actually, his arguments, his breakdowns of Candace are actually the support beams for his own arguments. So it's like, wait a minute. Like the logic of it is the support beams. Yeah.
I support the state because the state said so, and therefore, if you don't believe in the state, then you're against the foundations of the country. So you're going to break down society by doubting this. Oh, I do believe that JFK had a conspiracy theory, but we're not worried about that because, that was 60 years ago. Who cares that happened before? That's basically what he said.
I mean, that took some liberties, to be fair. Once again, you with in my opinion, with little snakes like Andrew Wilson, you got to be very thorough. So you took some liberties there, but I could see someone like going that direction based on the way he's arguing. I smell a snake for sure, but I want to be like very direct about it.
But what you just said about or what Candace just said about if I'm looking at the gun and I think this way, you're looking at the gun, you think this way. Yeah, exactly. Like you're looking at a blur. I think this way. I'm looking at a blur. You're thinking that way. Because we're talking about blurry fucking images, and we're one side saying Tyler Robinson is that blur. The other side is saying I don't think that. I'm not convinced that's Tyler Robinson in that blur.
Yes, and Andrew's saying my objective reality is more objective or more rational of a conclusion to go towards. When even once again, his burden of evidence is the prosecution's. It is his assessments of the only thing that I picked that made sense in regards to for the prosecution to say like, okay, this is Tyler Robinson based on what? Okay, well, Lance Twiggs. It's all surrounding Lance Twiggs, and that is also Andrew Wilson's argument for why it's Tyler Robinson. That's why he's compelled. Right? It's because of the text messages, right? And Lance Twiggs' testimony, basically, is what I've heard. The text messages and the Discord messages, right?
I also saw the opening where Andrew brings in this new text message that no one's ever seen or heard before. You heard that, right?
Yeah.
You opened with that?
I didn't hear that till I put this video on like today.
How the fuck Andrew Wilson giving us text messages from Charlie Kirk's phone.
TPUSA, probably.
And how? Hold on. And how is, because yesterday on Candace's show, or 2 days ago on Candace's show, she gives us fucking unknown text messages from Charlie Kirk's phone. How are they capable of doing this? But the court system isn't like, well, we can do this. I mean, we're not going to violate his Fourth Amendment, but they can violate his Fourth Amendment all the time. And then, how's the court case still allowed to proceed? Whenever it's like, this is new information because these idiots have fucking done this. Now we got to deal with that because it is fucking information for a court case.
Well, these guys have they have sources and resources that we just, the court and us as regular people just can't get our hands on. They just have it.
I didn't hear Candace's opening. Did she go over a text message in her opening too?
No, it was more so of her saying, yeah.
Okay, let me tell you what it is then.
Oh, God.
She said September 9th, Charlie received a text message from this crazed Zionist Christian that was real mad that Charlie got away from the Jews, and basically
prior to this,
was a death threat
to this video. You're saying
September?
Okay.
2 days ago. 2 days ago, she revealed it.
Okay, fair enough. I thought you meant like in this video. She didn't say that.
And this is like a 2-page fucking text to him, apparently. And this lady's like, you should be killed for not fucking supporting the Jews.
Okay, I assume you're attempting to paraphrase there. Do you mean Josh Hammer?
It's a 2-page text.
You mean Josh Hammer?
No, it's a girl.
Okay.
It's a girl that sent texting Charlie Kirk that's mad that he's not a Zionist. Or he went against the Zionist idea. It's a 2-page text message, and it sounds like a raving lunatic. It's a death threat.
Okay, I didn't hear about that. You said 2 days ago.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, people can just find it. I don't have to link that one because people will just be able to find that video. Maybe check that out later.
I'm saying like. He's talking about, he felt, Andrew's saying he's got a never heard before text message that he's scared of the left. So he needs the cops to get on. Maybe he did say that. You and I didn't know that until this interview.
Which means, let's be honest, TPUSA gave him that. Let's be honest about that one. All right? That's right, not from, his personal friendship with Charlie or whatever the fuck. Like, there's no way. Right, that someone on the inside gave him that, whether it's Erica Kirk or the organization itself, gave him that. Yeah,
dude, Erica apparently Erica has this evidence called a fucking phone of a victim in a court case,
and the defense has not, taken that shit yet, apparently, or whatever, right? Or maybe the prosecution too. Let's like subpoena this phone or something, right? Let's take that shit in the court. I don't know.
This is a real court case. They can like get all the information that's on the phone anyway. But normally they want it in fucking hand.
Yeah, let's get back to the video. I'm trying to like play a lot more of the video than I normally, analyze.
Right.
But still, whoever started it, whether it's Andrew or Candace, whoever started it, it's become more about Candace and Andrew than it is about the fucking case itself.
That's what PBD opened with. Yeah, PBD said there's 3 audiences. One of them is just you two.
Yeah, and they're going that direction. And once again, just Andrew's logic is the very thing he's breaking down from Candace. And Candace has a chance to bring it back to the evidence and bring it back to the case, but she wants to go at Andrew at some portions here or there. And also, let's be honest, Andrew, when you say overwhelming out loud, it sounds like you're saying, yeah, you are convinced, based on the evidence you've seen, that this is the case. And the evidence you have is blurry images and, let's be real, suspicious looking text messages, right? They look sus based on, like, I don't know, having a brain and living in America in 2025 or 26, right? 25 when it happened, right? And 26 where we live at right now. So that's not going to work either for me. So thus, get more compelling, Andrew. Because it seems like you were actually in the defense category, and Candace, just by position of what they believe at this point, or what they say they believe, just based on the topic itself, Candace is on the prosecution, and you're on the defense, bro. Just based on what I've seen. But let's see. Here we go. Does that not work? What the fuck?
I'll explain exactly how.
Okay.
It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition, in fact. What we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were convinced.
Right? Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it, why it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could move into your actual claims that you've made, which transcend the idea of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that. So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably available to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R Criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up, like we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the discovery documents.
Show cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying there.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, so that's
I'm even fine with it.
Yeah, we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for?
On the actual pause.
That's absurd. I didn't know that. You cannot really, logically have a preliminary before discovery is over. That's just something that needs to be stated, but we can keep going.
Fair enough. All right, here we go.
I want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's
preliminary to the preliminary. Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need to.
There's no
disagreement that she said that.
Yeah.
So so I guess the disagreements now would move into the evidences that you have stated on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we having a transcendental conversation now? Because
because they're all related to this case.
Your entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me, again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I wanted to question you on
no,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic,
made
that
many,
you decide that
many
it trips
claims.
into
I'll
something
explain.
else. And I do still want to hold you for going through, because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your...
and you can hold me to those things, but I would like to get into the
and
things
we
that
should
you've
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made in regards to the assassination itself. You should, yeah, agreed. So if that's the case, then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear, and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said, publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate
is the major
is me
substance.
demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw, and in your answer for when I explained to you that he had the most degraded prints was, I don't know. Okay, well there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not be convinced up to this point. All of your viewers, everybody watching. Nobody's
you're conceding.
Nobody's giving a dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt, the state's theory.
Okay, but... Well,
Yeah.
hold on.
Go ahead.
How come? Well, you're going with the state's theory, Andrew Wilson. How come that's legitimate, but to say maybe a different theory based on whatever you perceive the evidence to be, how come you can't say a different theory? How come that one? Because that's what you're doing, right? Hey, it'd be okay to say like, hey, man, I don't believe the state exactly. He's saying that's okay. But if you say like, hey, the evidence points this direction, it's apparently not okay to do, I guess. You can't come up with a theory from it. Oh, God.
He said a lot there, and there are parts I agree with. I don't know where they are in this interview. So, and I think he said they talked about the gun a little.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, God. Yeah.
So, he said something about you haven't invalidated what the state's presented yet. Well, what'd she talk about the gun? And
well, if
what
there's
has
a
she
question,
previously talked about? Hold on. What she's previously said about the gun invalidates it. But I just don't know what he said there. But also, he said she's made tons of claims. Yeah, she has.
yes.
Yeah. Why is that not allowed? That is the job of the defense attorney, is to provide a different theory / a different fucking perpetrator.
Well, why is it okay for the state to make a claim, but not a civilian or a quote-unquote journalist or whatever the fuck? Why can't someone else do that?
Yeah, 100% you are. Bob went to the mall. I'm sorry, no. Bob went to the gas station. Frank went to the mall. I'm allowed to do that.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. But the thing is, like, the thing that Andrew's arguing against is what he's doing himself. Like, that's where it's like, I mean, like, on the surface, dumb as rocks when it comes to the logic of it, right? Because he's saying, it's either the state's case or you just have some doubts. That's all is apparently allowed in Andrew Wilson's fucking lexicon of the way this case is going.
He's breaking logic to defend his team. That's gotta be what, like, that is.
It's my guess.
The underlying thing of his mind, whether it's what's it called? Generous, or not generous? What's the word when you like really mean something? Genuine.
Okay.
Or not genuine. That is up for you to figure out.
It's once again just logically on a human level. Once again, Andrew Wilson's like, hey, why not go with the state and then just have doubts about it, right? But Candace Owens has, I guess, stated theories of things or potentialities of theory of possibilities of things, right? And instead of Andrew Wilson saying like, well, I have some doubts about that, he's actually arguing in a way the affirmative in in a different direction, which is what Candace is doing with the prosecution, kinda. That's what he's accusing Candace of doing. Like, what? You're doing what you're complaining about her doing, but
right.
I that's why it's like, what's your fucking point here again? You think she's wrong? Okay, fair enough, but that's not the way he's going about it. Yeah, go ahead.
Part of his tit for tat is like, look, like they said some stuff that was hearsay, but that was convincing. It's like, well, that's also not allowed in court. So you're applying your own standard to this case, but you're like, I respect the law, but that's against the law to use hearsay. So it's like he is totally in this mind of my side must be defended. We're gonna break rules, but hey,
well,
come on, it's my side.
Well, you could say that Candace is using hearsay with her argumentation or the way she presents things and all that stuff, right?
Counter to the guy saying he wants to use hearsay.
But he's trying to debunk that, essentially. Debunk her inferences or her claims or what she thinks is like the case, right? Or her speculations of what the case might be.
Right.
It's like, well, that's what she's doing with those guys over there, with the prosecution and the Utah State and the FBI and all that stuff, and people like Andrew Wilson. But for some reason, that's out of bounds. Well, his is all good, I guess, which makes no sense. Just being fair and logical about it, like that makes no fucking sense as an argument. But here we are, you know. And once again, this is not me being Team Candace. I have plenty of fucking problems with Candace Owens and the way she argues things. Even like just with Charlie Kirk alone, I have plenty of problems, and her selling things and her TV series style thing, right? You know, soap opera TV show style thing. Plenty of problems. But Andrew Wilson's not the guy to be here arguing any of this, because you're just doing the same thing, just on the opposite team. And calling it like, oh, well, I'm more truthful. Like, nah, man. It doesn't scream that, but let's apply. Here we go. I got another long video to do.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure. I do doubt the state's theory. I also am welcome to say what I think. You know, if you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
I'd like to talk about all
and
of
get
it.
into it, I'm totally happy to do that. But I just want to say that, like, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Sorry, Candace, question for you.
But
I am sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time.
Sorry, just take the evidence they gave you, but give it like clear. Make it clear. Show an image of Tyler Robinson, like where it's like, that's clearly him. Show an image of a car, that's clearly his. Show the confession on videotape or some shit like that. Metadata, the fucking phones to showcase the text messages or the Discord messages. Show all of that. And there you go. I think that would be more convincing. Show that, you know, 30-6 on the fucking rooftop of the Losi building. Show all of that. There you go. That's just take what they have there, but like add actual detail to it to where it's like, okay, that's convincing that it's Tyler Robinson. That's all the answer you need. That's all you need. But here we go.
So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually, the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right? The state is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 13 hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt. Before we even get to the trial, people are going to see and go, oh crap, like, it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that, a photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. If they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution, saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. As the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun. The FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned, we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack.
You also do contact.
We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the
Sorry, on their what?
Give it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me is, this is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, weird. That some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. That had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have it and it's sweet, that should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. Yeah. Is this is like the craziest thing ever? This defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers. That is what people are looking at and going, this is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done. And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVU's washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true, because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. Mm-hmm. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident, the various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Good.
So I don't know if you heard about that already. The backpack that was found at the bus stop, nowhere
that
near
is
anything. Opposite side of the fucking park or whatever. And it's a TPS USA member's backpack. And like, we're not allowed to question that. Like, why is that not? How did so you identified the TPUSA member that was sitting at a bus stop on the other side of the school?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Once again, this is the first time I heard this before, honestly. And I was hoping
this was part of the
more
preliminary.
Okay, I didn't hear it then in the preliminary. I missed like 2 or 3 days of the prelim. I think I call like two days of it. Yeah, this is what I had hoped. This would. Well, I didn't have like high hopes, but like at least like some hope that it'd be like that direction of here's my evidence. Here's your counter based on whatever you believe in. I'm sure Andrew's more representing the state of Utah. So thus his answers would be counter to hers. Like there's counter evidence for that, right? Or Andrew makes a claim and Candace has her own counter evidence for that. But instead it's majority of this thing, I mean, from the very beginning, seems more like a Andrew versus Candace versus is Charlie Robinson. Sorry. Charlie Robinson is
Charlie Robinson.
Is Tyler Robinson?
Fuck Charlie. Fuck his name up.
If Tyler Robinson is guilty or innocent in this case, or another theory, right? Maybe he's a part of it, but he's not the direct shooter, right? Has been floated around as well. I wanted like more of that, but early on in this argument, in this discussion here. Andrew Wilson's like, hey, are you only using the DNA on the weapon or the fingerprints on the weapon to say that he's a patsy? I'm like, actually, based on what I've seen several Candace episodes where it's like, no, she's saying like all these other things, all these other stories add together to call him a patsy, right? Or at least not the shooter. Yeah. Or at least not the shooter, right? It's all based on all this evidence. She just laid it out right here, but he was saying that before. She didn't respond to it this way. She responded with kind of trying to outmaneuver Andrew Wilson, it seemed like, versus like, hey, just say, hey, there's more than just this little fingerprints thing on the gun or DNA on the gun as my reasons why I think this guy's not the shooter, right? It's unfortunate.
And that's why I wanted you to pause before Andrew talked, because the idea being like, now what can you fucking say? And just take that in before he fucking actually starts talking. I don't know what he's about to say. I haven't seen it. But it's like, how do you address that as someone that's like, you can't consider things unless I tell you to?
Well,
because that's what he's come off as the whole time so far to me, is you're not allowed to have your own opinion, even though I say you're allowed to have your own opinion. But if you're not agreeing with me, you're not really allowed to have your own opinion. Now address this. Shit's been thrown at you.
Yeah, well, honestly, he's doing that, but I think in a dishonest way, right? You could be like pridefully like, hey, I stand on my personal beliefs or my personal ideas, right? You can do that with pride, right? Not saying that's the right thing to do, just saying like someone could do that versus like this kind of snake-like or rat-like way that he's going about it. Once again, I'm not Team Candace at all. I'm just looking at it from the outside on the surface and that's what it's like screams kind of. But once again, I wish it was back and forth about, hey, okay, here's this topic. Here's the 30-6. Let's spend 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, whatever, on that topic alone. Like evidence back and forth, right? I wanted that. Instead, it's like, well, you said this on Twitter. No, well, you said this on Twitter. You said this on YouTube. You said this on Rumble. It's like screams more like that than like going about the fucking ideas there, or the evidence at least. But either way, her saying all that makes sense as an introduction, as an intro to the whole debate itself. Here's why I'm here, because this, and this. But this guy's saying that's all wrong. So let's argue it out. Let's hash it out. Instead, we're hearing it, halfway through the fucking video? Now we're hearing that? Like, that should be laid out from the very beginning. And then, these are the standards. Let's argue these standards right here. You can say the prosecution side or your own version of things, which may line up with the prosecution, whatever. I'm saying the internet side or my side, because it sounds like it lines up in that direction. Just go there, simply, for the sake of the audience. But instead, it's about these guys' internet personalities trying to win the day. Either way, Candace just lay that out. Let's hear what Andrew says as in response to that. Here we go.
Okay, so go back to the question. So what would you need to see for you to say?
Something, if they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing but hearsay of people saying.
But you basically get no case.
What?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
sure.
Oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with the murder weapon.
Right.
Here's him taking the shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah,
one clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked
car plates.
If you're asked the question,
I can actually argue. I think you do get better than that in a lot of cases. In fact, the ones that look shaky, but the guy gets called guilty or innocent, right? There's like a giant documentary about it. Depending on like how high profile it is. But I think typically, I think you do get a lot of evidence.
Remember the Boston bombing? How many photos we got of that? I mean, that's debated whether it's accurate or not, but there was plenty of photos of the guys and whatnot.
That's for me vaguely.
Accusational photos.
Fair enough. I didn't investigate that case too much. I know it was like two brothers, I think, or something like that. Was the accusation of it was two brothers, right?
Yeah.
But I know it's vaguely.
But I'm saying there's enough pictures in that case to be like, that's what Andrew just said. It's not, you never have pictures of criminals. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you fucking do all the time.
Yeah.
And what they also do
in a certain direction.
Another thing they've part of the whole, what do you call it? The Big Brother idea. You know what Big Brother generally means with cameras.
Yes, sure. Surveillance.
So some guy shoots somebody. They don't get actual footage of the shooting, but they have cameras along his path that he has crossed. And they put it together that this guy went from A to B and he passed 13 cameras. And here we can show you the trajectory of his path once he was fleeing the scene.
Yeah.
So we could show you with these many cameras. We don't have that with this. We have the guy jumps off a building thing, and then he disappears in the woods.
And forget about the walking to the school. We got him walking to the school.
I'm talking about the fleeing, just specifically the fleeing. He jumps off the building and he goes into the woods, and then he appears into a neighborhood, and then he's at Dairy Queen. Then he's Dairy Queen's still official story.
Yeah, well,
right?
Chick-fil-A is, I think, official story. I think, and I think Dairy Queen is as well. Fleeing. I think I could be ignorant about that.
Chick-fil-A's prior.
Yeah, Chick-fil-A. No, I'm just saying like seen on like publicly, like blatantly publicly. I'm saying like where he's like seen and confirmed, I guess, officially. That's all I'm saying. Whether it's prior or after.
Okay.
So Dairy Queen's the one like where he went like right after.
I'm not arguing prior's not relevant.
And then it was disappeared. They paved over that too.
Prior is relevant to show a path, like you just said, right? A path.
Hold on. I'm not arguing prior is irrelevant. I'm just saying I'm trying to stick with just fleeing and the idea of Big Brother. I'm just putting a point to it to cut it off and being like, if you're looking at just fleeing, there should be like enough to be like with the situation of our Big Brother scenario. We could have found him through the woods, followed him into that neighborhood, then picked up, like they could have went through everybody in that neighborhood's house, found cameras, put them into a vehicle, put them into the Dairy Queen, put them into going back home eventually. Like they could have illustrated that the whole fucking way because that's how Big Brother is working currently.
Well, yeah.
Well, definitely that long road trip, like that's like how do you not get caught on flock every?
Well, that's
mile?
Candace. That comes from Candace, so I was excluding that. I'm just going by the state's narrative.
Oh, I don't care what Candace said. I'm thinking the same thing.
Right. That's yeah. I mean, I agree with like he went to that fucking town in the middle of fucking nowhere. That's Candace stuff, though. State's never said that.
Yeah, and I assumed there would have to be like that long of a trip. I assume there's like tolls somewhere. That's I don't know. Maybe that's like northeast shit. I don't know. But I would like almost assume there's like a toll somewhere to where it's like you stop, even if it's like Easy Pass, you're still on camera, right? I would assume. But okay, or like your license plate caught on camera somewhere. But I don't know.
Or even Teslas. They all have these public, like they all have the cameras on them in every direction. They're catching plates, and I guarantee you they're working with authorities. This Elon's company, like the same with PayPal. From the beginning, they worked with authorities to hand over any information.
That
could help.
Yeah, exactly. Also, my Discord always gets fucked up when Harrison shows up. I love that. Also, let's play. Here we go.
Oh, Matt Gay Hunter sent you in here, bitch.
The same question be asked to me. Andrew, what would take to convince you that the oppositional is
Patsy.
true, right? That he's a patsy or something like that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right?
Tell her your boy's a coward.
That I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's what it would take for me.
Okay. I don't disagree with that. We haven't heard the defense respond.
A clear picture of a patsy. Okay, I'll apply, but if that's a clear picture of a patsy, why not? Is the official thing in doubt? Is it in doubt? And once again, he said 80% sure this is the case, that it is Tyler Robinson. It's like based on what? It's based on what the prosecution said, which is text messages and basically Lance Twiggs. Let's be honest. It's basically him. That's why he's saying 80% sure. And once again, I view this guy as very much so a liar. So when he says like, "Oh, it has to be a leftist," I think he's just lying by doing that. I don't think he's like actually analyzing anything. Let's play though. Here we go.
Good evidentiary standard, and then of course I would change my mind.
So just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. So you're saying yesterday.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience here.
Without question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy,
the
government was
Of course, I'm going to always follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this.
He also said that
It's
with
really
Iran as well.
to me. I don't mind people being truth
Andrew?
seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who, they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas, and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take
FBI do that too
from legitimate investigation.
What's wrong with that?
I'm not saying anybody is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim.
What I'm saying.
All I'm saying is that the claims made absent. This is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
You want to get
Okay. I just want to add here that I think if Candace did what I was saying from kind of day one, which I don't think Candace is an honest actor personally, whether it's for some sort of government apparatus or for her own celebrity. I don't trust her. Honestly, I don't personally. I could be wrong, but I just personally don't trust her. But I was saying from day one, like, yo, stick to the simple, hey, here's dumb guy logic. Stick to the simple fucking ideas that have what I've seen so far, to this day still, no real explanation for. And with that, I still think Andrew Wilson would question that. It's like, oh my God, you fucking conspiracy conjecturer person. I think he'd still be saying that. That's my once again, I can't say I know that, right? Alternative reality. But still, in my humble opinion, I think this guy would still be questioning that. If he kept it very simple and very on point and logical, quote unquote logical, he'd still be like, oh, well, what about this? For the sake of who he works for, in my humble opinion. But yeah.
I kind of now get where he's about to go. He's gonna go to like Erica, go into that base, that kind of stuff. Candace was claiming a while ago,
which we were
about that
questioning,
guy
right?
that was the right. That was, she called him
the Fort
he's a former guy
Huachuca, Mitch Snow, right?
Okay, yeah, him. That's the kind of stuff Andrew's gonna bring up,
which is
like,
worthy,
sure.
But from him though, I don't think that's where it's like it gets, because his counterpoint is like as bad as, like, once again we question that, right? It's as bad as Mitch Snow at Fort Huachuca seeing Erica Kirk drawing up plans to kill Charlie Kirk, or whatever the fuck the idea is, right? That's maybe exaggeration, but still, worthy of question. It's just from this guy, from him. That's where it's like, okay, like kind of kills it a bit, because is he gonna actually make Candace answer for certain things that she should actually answer for? And you've probably seen more of her than anyone else here at Dubster. Right, I kind of gave up.
No, I've just seen more recently, but not more in general.
If you saw more recently, then you saw more overall. But sorry, analytical. God.
Yo, Dubster, you think that Erica Kirk is fooling around with JD Vance on the low?
I've seen the thing about them. What was it?
No. Do you think that touch? If you married, that touch. You know how when you touch, you know how you that. Yeah, but it was. You know about touching. You know. Mm-hmm.
Listen, I'd let Erica hug me in leather pants all day and night. Okay. Anyways, let's.
Here you go. Here you go, Jordan. This guy.
Hey, the only time I've been a cheater with a girl, the husband knew from the fucking get-go, so I wasn't worried.
Whoa, that was.
That
was too much.
He already knew.
That's too much information for the internet, bro. You should not be throwing that out there like that. Anyways, all right, here we go. Here's I guess PBD is gonna say something here. Here we go. Get
into it. Would you guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take an ad break.
And then we'll talk Erica Kirk and TPUSA.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break and we'll be back soon.
All right, you guys, you have probably seen
Skip.
I just want to say, Dubster, I respect you. I have no problem with you, Dubster.
Oh, God.
Just so you know that. I have no problem with you.
Hold on to that
it's just no, I have no problem with you. No, I have no problem with you. Trust me. I work with white people. I work with a dude that had white pride on his forearm. I work with him. All right. I bought weed from this man plenty of times. So I respect you
on the
because
internet.
you speak.
Do not say any
you speak.
things you've ever done in your life. You don't want to say.
About to say,
I'm just saying.
No, not incriminating like that. But that's not in Texas. That was in Florida. So, but like I said, I have no problem with you. It's whatever that, I don't know if you friends with Matt Gay Hunter. That's the only problem, person I got a problem with him, not you. You know what I'm saying? Because you speak your mind. And I heard you like chocolate a little bit. You like a little chocolate. So you can't be that racist. Yo, I dated white women too. I lived with one. So I'm not a racist. I don't like this system, but I'm not a racist.
I like women from tan to dark as night.
So you can't be hateful against a race, if you know what I'm saying. Because
I don't want to glow in the dark, bitch. I don't want to glow in the dark, bitch. These redheads, blondes, blondes that are really pale. I don't want that.
That's whoa. That's discrimination, bro. What are you doing?
Yes, it is. It's my choice. My dick, my choice.
Whoa. That's a little bit too far. But yeah, I have no problems with you. Just had to let you know that. Like, even if you say things that I may disagree with, that don't mean that we still can't talk cordially. I don't have no problem with having disagreements. It's just like if you saying certain stuff, or if you typing stuff and you can't speak like a man.
I'm gonna say shit's gonna offend you eventually. Just give it time, man.
Not really. I'm black. I'm black living in America, so it's like, it's not much you can say that ain't been said that I haven't heard yet. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, even Dubs
says N-word. Cracker.
He says N-word.
I'm gonna earn the name.
You're gonna have to give that time.
No, trust me. I've had that happen. Somebody that I was cool with doing the GTA. Me and him was cool, and then he pressed the button and it kept saying the N-word. So I'm like, word. All right, cool. But I can't get mad because I don't physically know you. So I can't really I can't get physically mad at you because you over there and I'm over here. It's different if we face to face, where I can reach out and really physically touch you. So that's what I'm saying. I ain't worrying about that. You could say that little word over your microphone.
Does
that's
not
cool.
say that word just for my entire.
No, I'm not saying.
This guy, he doesn't say that at all. I never.
That's what I'm saying.
Are you giving me the pass? Can I say it?
Stop if you want to say it, you can say it, but that's on you. You know what I mean?
I think he said, "I don't say that word." That is what I've heard from him. I don't say that word. Yeah. That's what I got from him.
I'm just saying, I respect you because you speak your point of view, regardless. Like, you're the only person that likes Trump in this circle. We're not in this circle, but you
He doesn't like that. He doesn't like Trump. No. He doesn't like Trump. If he's doing that, he's fucking.
Well, he
lying.
supports some of his.
He's lying.
You support some of his views.
There are about 5 of us in here that are right leaning.
See, but you stand on it, and you speak on it. That's what I respect.
As of now, I would not support what Trump has done. Well,
but you did, so you have to stand on it.
At the beginning of this election, he was the dude.
But so you believed him? No wars, so you believed all that? No wars and all that? Okay. All right.
While I was watching wars develop, I believed it.
Just know, every president we ever seen, they always been in war. Even Obama had that little quiet war, but they're not trying to speak about it like it's not a war, but it was. You know what I'm saying? But whatever.
He had a quiet 5 wars. Honestly.
Yeah.
And I actually have no problem with America fighting Iran. I have a problem with like how it came about. And like, why are you lying to us, and why don't you just tell us the truth? It is our nature, as in America's nature, to fight Islam.
Oh,
why'd you have to come with excuses?
Oh God. All right, you guys had you've had your kumbaya, guys. Congratulations on your kumbaya right there. Let's hear more.
Well, I just had to tell Dubs to that.
Oh, that's fair enough. That's worthy. Actually, cut out Candace's ads and just add that in there instead. Would be perfect to me.
Actually, we don't fight Islam enough. We're fighting to get that oil.
Oh,
but, we need some more Islam fighting right now.
Oh, he finally said something. Oh. He said Islam for the oil. We already know about that, the oil. Since George Bush, we already know that. That's why y'all over there.
I wish it was just fighting Islam. That'd be fucking great.
Speaking
It's
of,
got
I'm
that
in
oil.
Pennsylvania right now. It was $6.15 here. I put
$6.
90 gallons. Yeah.
God
Yeah.
I
damn.
put 90 something gallons in the gas tank, and it was over $550.
Woo.
Yeah. Welcome to where we're at now. But anyways, let's get back to this. Ad's over. There's your ad for Yellow Brick Road. Different ideas, different ideologies, different perspectives, backgrounds, all that stuff. Everyone gets to argue about it and say their piece, right? There's your ad replacing
Except for Matt Hunter,
Well, he will
because
never
he's scared
speak.
to talk.
He will never
Yeah,
speak.
he's a
on that.
bitch.
But there's your Yellow Brick
Coward.
Road ad right there. Skipping Candace's ad. Let's it play though. Here we go.
Okay, so we're officially back. Andrew, before we go into the other issues you want to talk about, is it fair to say you're good defending your position of the overwhelming evidence?
Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. You take the lead. Go for it.
PBD
Yeah,
brings
so
a statue.
I have a bunch of questions
Whatever.
for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct, and I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no. But as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that.
Mm-hmm.
So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally said that I want to be able to
Well,
question
this is a meta conversation.
right?
We're having
But
a meta
okay, so
debate.
now we're transcending. Like let's use a
I mean,
word
there's
to use a word
nothing
that you're saying.
transcendent.
But this is what you're doing, right? So
Okay.
this part to me
like a
feels
term
like a
sheet.
bit
So
of
am I
a,
allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you
Yeah.
via email and with you in conversation
Mm-hmm.
that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get to
wanna-
sit.
I wanna
I
ask
said
you
if you
some
want to
questions.
depose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is
going
a
to ask questions.
legitimate
Can
part-
you answer it? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And
I
I'm
know.
going to
And
answer
if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with
because
it,
I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Just
If-
so we're clear. 'Cause-
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with the
because you kept saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence.
You
Let's talk about transcendentals.
yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA in the rifle as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So
was-
no, as far as you know.
we can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on
So that
there.
would be no as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no as far as I know for certain.
We can't say that for certainty. I actually
You can
I,
say
just so
that
you
for
know,
certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy.
but I
like,
am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or
you.
no, yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still
He doesn't know how to talk
This
without
is you
debating.
saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already
That you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
We're not going to go like you're sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a
the
conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's,
Okay.
Do you know why she's getting so defensive?
Well, she brought it up before. Of there was, as far as the degradation of prints or DNA on.
No.
What's up?
No. He's wanting her to answer this so that she can be sued for it. That's why she's getting super defensive.
I don't know that one. I can't go there. I don't know. Maybe okay, fair enough.
Says
I'll consider
Lance
that.
Twiggs evidence is on it or not on it. Those are things to that Lance Twiggs, as if, like, let's say he is a puppet of the government now, and they say, we got her, now we can use this and sue the shit out of her, and a lawyer can step in, take the case, sue her for $4 million, defamation of character of Lance Twiggs.
Okay, well,
Like, it's a trap.
let me.
And she knows that's what Andrew's trying to do, is put her in a trap.
Maybe, but she brought up earlier that the tester of DNA or fingerprints. Once again, I can't tell which one it is based on these guys' like language. Maybe I missed it, or went over my head. I missed it. But what I heard before was that there was tested for Lance Twiggs, Matthew Robinson, which I believe is the dad, and Amber Robinson, which might be the mom, as the 3 DNAs that were at least tested, in tandem with Tyler Robinson, and his was out of 5 people, I guess, or out of 5 matches, his was the most degraded.
At least Tyler's was.
Yeah, that's what
but it's
she's
also
said before. Yeah,
it's narrative too, because what they don't tell you is where they tested on the gun. They test on the trigger. They test on the butt of the gun. They test at the muzzle of the gun. They don't tell you that. And then, what is degradation? If I smear, like I'm grabbing something in a way where my hand slides, that could be a form of degradation, I think. Like if I smudge my thumb across something, that could be a degradation.
well, that's why I was curious about DNA versus fingerprint. It seems like they flipped at some point in here. Like as far as like, once again, maybe I just wasn't paying enough attention, or I didn't pick up on it. But it seemed like they can't just keep saying print, right? But I guess that means like fingerprint. But maybe it means like, I don't know.
No,
if
they're
that's a
saying
term
DNA.
for DNA. But they flipped.
No, it's not.
No, in the middle of the conversation, maybe before you got here, they were like flipping words around to where it sounded like it was about fingerprints versus DNA, and I couldn't tell exactly what they were saying there, and I haven't looked at the case file and know like all the fucking details like that. So I was like a little bit confused. Like I said it back then, and I'm saying it now still. Like I'm a little confused. Like I don't know exactly what they're talking about exactly. But okay, I'll back up a little bit.
They barely got through any of this because first he sets up like the terms like as if he's the, I don't know, is he the host? Like he's like, okay, I'm gonna ask you these questions, and then even on the first question, like he pushed back what 3-4 times about like the wording, and she repeated her wording, and all the while his foot is shaking like crazy. Like he should put it down.
I noticed that as well, but that's I'm not going to use that as a determinant for what is it's in the evidence bank mentally, but I'm not using that as I get what you're saying though.
Come on,
I get
well,
that.
it's
all he's got to say to that is I wasn't allowed to smoke while I was here.
It doesn't mean like
cravings.
guilt or lying or anything, but it's a lot of energy that like what you see between the two talking is like definitely she's trying to maintain control and not be controlled, and he doesn't, he's trying to hold on, right? Like he's trying to steer things because he's used to, like, he always does his debate structure things, and it's weird to me that he can't just talk without trying to be in a debate like at all times, right? Or talking like debates and just constantly using those type of terms and structures, and like just like why can't they at some points just talk, right? Like it's really weird, but he's he, he's trying to do something very strange here, and she suspects something, but it could be that or it could be something else, but like he no matter what he's trying to do, he's saying it in a weird way, so that's going to put you on defense, and he's like not backing down on like a word or two. That is too controlling, right? Like it looks like a trap. I don't know what he's trying to do, but like he's setting it up as if it's a trap. So like that's gonna make anybody defensive, I think.
Well, what word are you thinking of that he's like locked on?
Well, she's explaining. I mean, it's been one question so far for that, right? Like she worded it how she wanted to word it, and then he's worded it in a different way, and they keep repeating this back and forth. Like it's just, I mean, it's very nitpicky. I think it's clear on both of them, like what they're saying. Like,
Okay.
I'll be fair. I'd be anxious. Me personally, I'd be anxious too. Right? I'd be like we're like, yo, let's fucking go. Like, I'd be like anxious in that way. Like, let's go. Right? So to be fair to him, right? But it, the way he's argued has been, in my opinion, like so dishonest. In fact, like it screams like he's like running back towards I don't know if like script's the right word, but like a callback of talking points to go to has been what I've heard from Andrew Wilson this entire time. And it sounds inorganic. So just saying, like, in one instance, yes, you could be like anxious, like for like rearing to like go in a debate or answer things. Meanwhile, like the other person's, it's their time to talk, right? So you're like, oh my god, I want to go, right? Or like you're like rearing to like say your answer, but you want to say it like in a calm way, but you're like actually like very like energetic towards it. Then there's also like if you're just repeating certain narratives or statements, which I think is Andrew Wilson's, that's what he's doing, I think. Then you can interpret that a different way. To where you're like, not trying to reveal or whatever the fuck, right? Like not trying to reveal something potentially, or not trying to argue in good faith potentially. But I'll be fair and just like it's worthy of looking at, but I'll leave it there just to be fair to him. Although I think this guy's full shit personally.
Well, also, I don't have the feeling that Andrew Wilson is ever shown that he's invested in this until Joe Rogan conversation he had.
Yeah.
It's not like he dwelled on this like she has, and it's more like, let's say a scientist like was inventing a new element, and he was going through the contingencies of doing that, and then he's like 2 years deep, into like the development of this new element, and then another scientist of a different field comes in and says, dude, that's bullshit, you don't know what you're fucking doing, you have no fucking chance. And then we're watching like the debate on, here's the potential of this new element versus, I don't think you're fucking even close. And it's like, okay.
No, we're not.
You don't think you're close.
We're not, though. They're not debating the element. They're debating, well, you're not like a real scientist, right? That's what I'm hearing more so than did someone discover a new element, right? We're not even actually arguing that. That's the unfortunate part.
No, what I'm saying is 2 years deep into it, deep into the development of this element from this one scientist. This other one comes around and just like maybe looked at it or has spoken about it for maybe 2 months and says, yeah, they ain't got nothing. They ain't got nothing. They're just wrong. And that's what I feel like this is.
Yes,
like,
if it was
are you
like,
sure they don't have anything?
If it was like, hey, I'm saying that because I looked at your paper, your paperwork, your studies, your math, something was off, right? There's that, but then there's like, all right, you as a person, like I saw you like, not hold the door for an old lady at the grocery store or whatever the fuck, right? So like that means that means your theory's wrong. Your new element is wrong because of you as a person. Right, versus like you as a scientist or you and your data and the things you studied. That's what I'm hearing more so than even like the topic is being like missed. So like a lot. I think it's being quite missed. It's actually like a disservice towards the idea of the topic. The topic itself. I think that's being like missed out on, unfortunately, for the sake of, yo, you said this on Twitter. You said this on YouTube. Like that's like one so far, at least, right? Over, from my experience, at least, that's what's one over the actual substance of the conversation of like, hey, did this guy do this or not? Right? In my opinion, at least. But all right. Let's get back to it. Let's just hit play. Here we go.
No, it's not a debate.
This is
Now
inclined
this
to
is
your,
you saying I want to probe things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually already addressed this. You asked me. You're not going to go like where you're sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
Let's you can have a conversation as we've agreed to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece of evidence for that?
Well, it was
positive evidence.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say, I was told this, and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like, I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank account and say whether or not the information.
I agree.
But then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information, and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people.
Move on.
And that's what I did.
It's Candace first.
I just want to make sure.
So,
I'm not trying to trap you. I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported exactly what I received.
I'm not trying to embarrass you. I just want to make sure that I get your positions clear.
I have not said. Yeah, go ahead.
Now you have stated multiple times.
Good.
Candace made a lot of claims. I agree there. So she does have to go through it. And like, when somebody that's disagreeing with you, they're gonna be like, well, what is the Foreign Legion thing? It's like, okay, asked and answered. She answered it. Like, I got information, I handed it over. I talked about it on fucking national TV. But I forgot what her actual claim was to the Foreign Legion thing. So there's that. It doesn't even fucking matter.
It's
the Trump call matters. If he has that one,
it does. Fuck, it does matter.
Tangentially, the death threat thing with Candace Owens and all that stuff, and the French Legion and Israelis like leading the charge. Sure, it plays a role. For sure, it plays a role in regards to the Charlie Kirk case, right? If she's like onto something, okay, let's kill her, right, to get her out of here. I get that in that sense. But they haven't argued the main idea. Well, they haven't made the main idea yet, right? If you can disprove or in a way showcase, like, hey, based on like convincing argumentation, right? This is not a court of law, but still a court of human life, right? Of like ideas passing back and forth. If you can showcase, like, hey, there's like actual, like, maybe this Tyler guy didn't do this, or wasn't involved, or maybe was involved to a certain degree, but not the direct shooter, whatever the fuck the idea is, right? If you can showcase that and make a compelling argument, that's where the crux of the discussion is, and thus you can add to that, hey, because I'm showcasing that Tyler's not involved in this. Thus, because of that, the people that maybe actually were involved were trying to kill me because I showcased that Tyler was not involved, or maybe not involved directly as much as people think. Okay, now it's like, okay, tangentially, okay, it makes sense. Makes sense to me. But they haven't established the original part first, right? Of the Tyler Robinson part. They haven't established that. They haven't like gone back and forth in that direction yet. Instead, now we're back to Candace Owens show theories of things, right? And that's, to me, which is why I kind of stopped watching her stuff for a while, or at least unless there's something like actually interesting, I didn't really watch her shit. Because like I wanted to like stick to like the actual core ideas of like, this looks weird to me. And that's where like I want to go towards, for the sake of, hey, what happened here? Because I don't want some like, hey, this guy is accused, Tyler Robinson, you're accused, right? And then like I turn my brain off for 3 years, and all of a sudden he's on death row, or locked up for life, right? Without any no attention paid to it, right? That's the thing I'm trying to avoid. And I was hoping that these guys could, based on combining audiences, these two and PBD and just people in general watching it by YouTube recommendation, and clear some things up in regards to here's the evidence, here's the counter evidence from one side or the other. Unfortunately, they didn't establish that. It's become about Candace and Andrew instead, and thus fucked. And you just pick your team, and that's it. At best, is probably what's going to happen. Pick your team and go that direction, and then that's it. And that's very dissatisfying. Once again, I gave this a chance, right? I'm going to keep watching, but I gave it a chance. I didn't just write it off as oh, it's going to be a fucking podcaster influencer thing. I didn't do that. I gave them a fucking chance, intellectually.
Undertaker or Mankind?
I guess. Except that was more real.
He looks funny. He looked like you don't want nobody to sit next to him. PBD in the back.
Well,
on a subway.
He is as much as a statue as his statue in the background with his label on it. If you see that red and white thing in the background. Yeah. He's almost
the statue's a good word because the way he's anchored, basically anchors his legs out so as far as it could. It's it's almost like he's bracing himself, he's holding on.
Well,
he's not gonna move.
Have you watched this, Jesse, at all?
Just
now? Okay.
Started.
Let me tell you. He has said more words towards, hey guys, we need a commercial break now. He has said more words in that direction than anything in this case at all, or the argumentation. When he talks, it's usually yo, guys, we're going to break right now. Should we break right now? Should we go to break? Should we do ads now? I've heard that more so than anything else so far, at least. And we're an hour 40 in? What are we in?
That is interesting.
Hour 42 in? Okay.
We're the seating, because he's
a moderator
there. He's the moderator. Is in a very centerpiece, which makes sense. If, his show's hosting it, but
it's not his show hosting it. It's fucking. This is Candace's show. They're in her house right now. I'm watching this on Candace's fucking channel. Yes.
What?
Yeah.
Yes. 200-something thousand concurrent viewers.
They're all broadcasting this, though.
Yes.
PBD is broadcasting,
but she's the winner.
Okay. Candace is broadcasting this, and then I forget the name of
the
Andrew's
Crucible.
channel.
The Crucible.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But Candace is the one. She has the most viewers probably of all of them, and it's they're at her house. This, whatever.
This is her house.
Yes.
Okay.
This is her set when she does shows, man. Basically, different camera angle, but still the same set.
Jesse, you might have missed this. Andrew offered her $300,000. She came back with, "I want $500,000 for this debate." And you can't smoke when you're here because I'm 7 months pregnant. You won't be smoking around me. She had 4 or 5 demands to do this.
Those
debate.
details, I don't know. I don't know those details.
Okay.
I don't know those ones.
Yeah. So Joe Rogan,
he's paying for this.
Andrew said, "I will pay you $300,000 to do this." On her show, she countered the offer to do this. She said, "I want $500,000 since I know you're getting paid by TPUSA." Whether that's true or not, I don't fucking know. But
but he is paying for this show. To her.
Well, I think he crowdsourced quite a bit. I heard that one before. That he crowdsourced quite a bit of money.
Okay, but he's handing her money for this, in order to for her to agree to. Okay,
I believe that's what that was for. I don't know though.
That's interesting. I guess it's business.
Yeah, but all right, let's hit play. Once again, I don't want a shit show. I was just please let's stay on topic, kinda, guys. Let's hear where they go. Here we go.
make sure that I get your positions clear.
I have not said, yeah, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give me...
Yes, we can pull up the clip. I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
Can I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for
implied, Candace.
what are you talking about? Like when I say,
right?
generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved? Okay, where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to...
I'm sorry. Just one second. I'll play it really fastly, really quickly. But if she did, if that was true, how the fuck would Candace Owens know that on the surface? How would she know that? If that actually was the case, if then I was like, yo, go kill, assassin, go kill Charlie Kirk. If that was the case, how the fuck would she know that? On the surface.
Yeah, she is guessing at best. Or
yes, but if that was the case, if that actually happened, how the fuck would she know that and be able to tell you that? I'm just saying, like, it's this weird questioning instead of like going towards like, let's get to like the simple questions that have relatively like simple evidence or answers towards them. But they're just going at like, they're doing internet shit.
Well, that sounds like the purpose of it, right? Like, if like, can you prove this? And like, the flat, direct answer, which he's looking for, is like, no, I can't prove this, right? Like, do you have any evidence of this? No. Like, those are the answers. Like, he's wanting to extract from her.
Yes, but it's like I assumed that people are not here for that purpose. Although, actually, never mind. They might be here to watch.
You're gonna have plenty of that.
Get destroyed. Yeah, Andrew Wilson destroyed,
No,
or Candace destroyed, or no, yes, that too. But like, it's more so like to see like one team or another win, essentially, right? They may view as Andrew Wilson as pro-Israel, pro-Trump administration. He can say words all he wants to, but then people people view him a certain way. What I've seen. But
no, I've seen him in debates saying Israel is basically bad.
No, that's words being said. How do people actually view him? If you're teaming with TPUSA and the Trump administration, they may view you as being, hey, he's just saying that to, fit in. Meanwhile, right. he's actually a part of the apparatus thing, right? It is what it is. All right, let's apply. Here we go. Let it run.
Any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because,
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question as I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half pepper.
But the question I'm asking is about positive evidence.
I'm telling you that in any case, establishing a motive, and and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because, truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
Sure.
And he was starting to realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid, claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is not true, you would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, not even that. It's like everything was about trying to convince the public how much he liked it.
So then other than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show in the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously Joe
Carroll
Kent
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. but we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss in Hamptons.
That's the word you're
the week prior,
for,
or not the week prior. I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this.
Like, do you see how like that kind of cancels each other out, right? She's saying potentially Israeli. He's saying potentially leftist. Like, well, you could like ping probably all of it. Like at a Charlie Kirk fucking thing. I'm sure you have like leftists showing up to debate him, right? And I'm sure you have
Satanists. You can suspect Satanists if you wanted to.
Well,
it doesn't matter
think,
until you actually prove it.
Well, like particular to Charlie Kirk, right? Because of his outwardly pro-Israel.
That's why I went with Satanists.
No, I'm just saying, like outwardly, his pro-Israel stances will bring like Israelis or people that are, you know, dual citizens, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, right? There's a potentiality for that, 100%. Also, he does a debate show, and who's he debating? Probably quote unquote leftists. So thus, you can ping all of, like, both of those would apply, but that's their arguments of each other. Right? Is that in a way, like, and we can't deny this one, that Candace was basically implying that, oh my God, French Legion, Israeli, whatever the fuck you want to call it, government shit was involved in killing Charlie Kirk because he turned against Israel, right? That's basically implied by her. And
how dare you? She doesn't imply.
And Andrew Wilson's implications are like, hey, it's a far leftist, you know, gay person or trans liking person, whatever the fuck, right? So it's like both.
Why would we put it together?
Kind of plausible.
It was it was a trans Israel or trans Zionist.
I got it.
That wears a furry uniform. That spits on churches as they walk by.
So you're accusing Lance Swiggs. Got it. Anyways.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know his personal details. I guess he was furry too, huh? He's the actual furry. Tyler never did it, right?
Tyler's just a regular kid, you know, that loves Chick-fil-A and Dairy Queen. All right. Here we go.
But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see
there's
pulled.
no positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however, positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well,
I
like positive
I can
evidence
just
would
have
be
a conversation.
Material evidence and other evidences, which would
what
point
we've said
you to
is on our show is what we said, which is this feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So,
do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
So this part, I'll be right
so
back.
then you don't believe that they did?
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is. Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said this is why people think their involvement.
So
if they have the clip, they can play the clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah.
Clips out of context.
Via who? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority. How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also...
I think...
I understand.
Yeah.
So you think you with full confidence, you think that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day. Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of that, right?
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
That's a claim.
No, I said here's what I think.
I have every right to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if there's positive evidence for your claim.
In this statement, I literally just said I think, and I am allowed to think. And
yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed
saying,
to think,
do you have
but you're
positive
making a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So,
nobody's disputing whether or not Candace Owens is allowed to think. What I'm asking is
but
you have
what's your issue then? What is your issue with the statement?
Evidence.
I think that Israel is involved.
That's not just what you said. You said
I
that
did say I think.
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You would think that if you had full
can you have confidence
confidence
to think when you think?
If I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
that's how you would know whether or not you had full confidence.
I'm just going to tell you something.
Hang on, let me finish.
Sure.
Let me finish.
Pause.
If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking, if you think that Israel and France were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with evidence.
I actually don't have to.
God. I made it. I'll say personally, just by hearing this conversation, like more so in full here, once again, Andrew, I guess, used the word overwhelming based on, in his tweet somewhere, right? And Candace was questioning, hey, overwhelming? Like, what do you mean by, like, where? Where's the overwhelming, like, evidence? Where's it at? Now it's happening back in the other direction. It's like once again, it's more about these two than it is about the case itself. Just to, once again, over exemplify that of what I'm saying.
Him saying, his example was, if I say I think with confidence I'm going to be late to work because I'm 20 minutes away and I got 5 minutes to get there. Well, what if it's I think I'm going to be late to work with full confidence because I just don't feel like going to work, so I'm not gonna.
Oh, okay.
So I just defeated his point right there. Like,
I'm trying to find a difference between full confidence and overwhelming. That's what I'm trying to find a difference. I don't hear it.
Confidence doesn't require it. Confidence doesn't require evidence to support, because I could be fully confident, and I'm gonna win the game.
What's he saying?
Oh, hold on. I can be fully confident I can win the game without any evidence that I'm going to win the game. It is just my confidence. Confidence is not. It is a.
There must be something backing that confidence, right?
No.
Yes,
there's nothing that's neat.
There should be some sort of rationale.
You said should.
Yes, there should be some sort of rationale for it, whether it's intuition or it's.
What is overconfidence? What is overconfidence? What is lack of confidence? Confidence is the actual word at issue here, because I don't have to have, confidence is not logical.
What's that based on?
It's not, because, okay, I think I should beat you in a boxing match. Why do I have the confidence? No,
well,
I mean,
you have a rationale for your confidence, right? Whether it's your feeling, I just feel it, right? Or
okay,
I see this guy's left hand. His left hand sus. I'll fuck him up. I'm very confident about that.
Hold on.
You have reasons for it, right?
At the end of the day, I won't know whether my confidence was correct until we participate in the sport of boxing.
Yeah, but the confidence is still rationale from something, right? Whether you think I have
And that's
a
all.
weak left hand, or you think or you think you're so dominant that you'll win, right? The confidence, it's based on something, right?
Yeah,
It
but
doesn't
that
need to
doesn't have
be.
that's not
It doesn't
equivalent
need
to
to be.
evidence, though. Like
Yeah.
the rationale, maybe, but
No, evidence.
rationale isn't evidence,
No, but they went
which is
over.
his level
They went over that
of
before. They went over that before. They brought up intuition, like, right? These things were brought up already. That's why I'm saying that. It was brought up already
okay.
in their discussion of like, hey, well, intuition does not mean it's like it's the case, but intuition is worthy of discussion here. If you like feel like, I don't feel like this person did this crime, right? When it comes to Tyler Robinson. So it has to be based on
Yeah, but
something. It's based on
she
something, right?
yeah, but she tries to explain her reasoning, but he's like, no, but he keeps pegging it to no, but you need like what's your evidence or what's your
Yes,
positive evidence? He
exactly.
keeps nailing it down to like he doesn't want her to explain all of those things.
Exactly.
Like,
But once again, they brought they were arguing about the word overwhelming when it comes to Andrew Wilson. And I'm like, yo, this is the same argument, just like you're just switching sides of the same argument. When he says overwhelming, that's basically confidence, right? It's based on your subjective view of the case itself, basically. Even though once again, the words imply certain things socially, but still that is at the crux of the entire argumentation from both sides. And I'm like, you guys are just arguing the same things. It's Andrew versus Candace once again versus the actual case itself. That's being skipped
Yeah,
out
but
on. Hopefully that makes sense.
until Tyler Robinson is hung by a tree, we will not know whose confidence was better.
Well, that wouldn't help either, right? Because if he's innocent and he gets patsied, right, that'd be
I'm saying the word confidence is still the fucking issue. Confidence is nothing. Confidence is like having faith.
which is what
Is your faith stronger than my faith?
He defined the idea of overwhelming with that sense of that sense too, right? He defined it that way. He defined overwhelming as I just have faith in this argument or this storyline or narrative for what's happening. He defined it that way from the very beginning. He did. He read it from his phone. He said it that way.
Good for you.
But it's the same thing. That's what I'm saying. It's the same thing. And that's why it's just Andrew versus Candace. That's what I'm on repeat saying.
No, I got you. Yeah, I know. I'm just stuck on that. It's just stuck there.
Fair enough. It's just, yeah. This is what it is. Apparently,
I could. Okay, let's put it this way: you've boxed Devon for 15 years or whatever, and I've never boxed, and I still have confidence I can beat you in boxing. Lack of any reason why I should have confidence in boxing you, but I still have the confidence for some reason. What do you fucking do? You have the training behind you. You get it now? You get what I'm saying now? It's like,
no, I understood
what
it
if I
already.
have confidence?
No, I already understood that. And what I was begging for from this conversation was, hey guys, instead of boxing, actually argue. Okay, who's the better boxer? And a guy with confidence could be like, I'm the better boxer, right? They can use confidence as their reasoning for why they're a better boxer, right?
What does jab mean? I don't know. You go into what does jab mean?
Exactly.
That would probably affect my confidence.
It could, but I want them to argue that. That's what I'm looking for, because they're not the case trial itself, right? They don't have all the evidence. They don't have all of it, right? So thus, for the sake of you're arguing in public, right, on camera for everyone to see, hey, argue who's the better boxer, or argue is Tyler Robinson, in your case, in your minds, innocent or guilty. Argue that, please, versus Candace's confidence versus Andrew's confidence. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like get to the case itself. Like, argue that, and that's absolutely missed. Absolutely missed. Not surprising
You know
either.
what's
But
not on trial? You know what's not on trial in this case? Israel. What's on trial is Tyler Robinson's guilt of this crime
but that's part
that
of
could
Candace's.
kill him.
That's part of Candace's argument. That's part. Let's be real. We watched Candace, and there was definitely implications of Israel, right, and the French Legion and all that shit, right? You know what? Press her on that based on what she has said, and argue those ideas. If it works out and makes sense to you, you have to concede to it. If it doesn't, then that means you're arguing correctly, right? You're arguing in a way logically that to where we can like pick out like, okay, sorry, Candace, there's nothing to this yet. At least we don't have like enough information, at least, or it's just flat out wrong. Like, you go that direction. I beg them to, but they're not doing that, and that's where it's like a disservice. And we're here for two fucking lumpkins arguing with each other about themselves, actually, about themselves and each other, versus the fucking case of the guy you guys all claim to love of Charlie Kirk, right? He's like left out of the fucking conversation almost. But all right, let's apply. Here we go.
Or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I actually
evidence.
don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to think
pertinent to
that.
this debate.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's
You
not pertinent because our debate
These are claims made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
Actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind you said I could ask you about any of these things to my heart's content?
Feel free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me why are you allowed to think.
I'm not structuring how you're allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came prepared to do is to present yourself like a professor of fallacies.
I just want to know.
And to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't.
You can say whatever you want. Nobody's disputing that.
I'm asking. It seems like you are disputing
it. I think that
when all said and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this why I think Israel is ultimately going to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think, and I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that
Now, Candace, once again, I'm all for speculation and intuition and theories and ideas and all that stuff, but let's be honest. You were implied, in my opinion, what I saw through several videos of yours, it seemed, not every video, but enough videos to where I'm like, it feels like you are implying something here. In fact, you tied like things like Gaza into the Charlie Kirk stuff. It seemed like you were doing that as well. So, yeah. Once again, I'm all for speculation. It's just a lot of narrative style things, in my opinion, that were happening there. I'll say that for sure. She could be right. And that could be the case. Israel was involved. I don't know why, but I could consider that idea for sure. It's just your argumentation was a lot of vibey style, right? Hey guys, Israel. That's not good enough.
The Mormons were part of it too. She implied the Mormons are part of it, working with the Jews. If you've seen the most recent shit, she's saying,
I have not.
Dude, this was probably 3 weeks ago. Howard Hughes, the guy that was Leonardo DiCaprio played in the Aviator, who eventually he makes planes is what I know him for, and then he eventually made the company TWA that went out of business in the mid 90s, I think. But
Okay.
in his life in the 70s, his last 10 years, he bought a casino in Vegas, and he just stayed on the top floor, and he stayed isolated for this 10 years. And the only people came in was there was a main Mormon, and then like his group or whatever. They like managed his life for the last 10 years of his life. And when he died, all his stuff was put into charities that they took over. And then now, like, this guy they keep saying in the background of Charlie Kirk, Bankman or whatever.
No. Like a Ghostbuster.
What's the guy, the $2 million guy in Charlie Kirk's case?
The $2 million guy? I don't know that
one. Well, I just lost $2 million, that text message.
Oh,
and it was referring to this.
Okay, the group text of, hey, I might have to leave the Israel cause because of donor money lost.
This one donor took $2 million from me. That guy's name. He takes over this Howard Hughes charity at some point from the Mormon group. He bought it from him or whatever, and it's now like billions.
I didn't know we had a name.
She's implying, yeah, she's connecting all the way back to the 70s. The Mormons working with the Jews, and the Jews taking that, and that somehow leads to Charlie Kirk's death.
Of course, she is. Yeah.
So yeah, there's lots of implications of what she has said.
Fair enough. Dude, once again, I'm not fully caught up on Candace,
so deep,
but
it's so fucking deep. I don't even know how to question her on this. That would be tough to actually question her on the claim she has made.
Well, if someone was honest in the room, they'd let's stick to the actual toughest things to showcase that this guy did this. And then from there, you extrapolate, I would think, right? If you can showcase, man, it's kind of convincing that Tyler Robinson didn't do this, that opens, a fucking library of questions, right? At that point, if we're convinced that he didn't do this, now it's open-ended question, right? To where it's okay, now who may have done this? Who did this? Who didn't do this? Whatever the fuck, right? You start sifting through fucking evidence. Candace went really fast in regards to that, in my opinion, at least. And actually, it screamed like a TV show, the way she did it. Actually, but Andrew Wilson's not the caliber of thinker to even go that direction to be able to question that in the first place. He sucks ass, dude. So it's there are questions to have towards Candace. It's just this guy. Who the fuck is he to be doing this? This fucking lame him? That's why it's once again, I feel bad for Charlie. I agree with Analytical. I feel bad for Charlie because these fools don't get, it's he's unimportant to this whole thing. Honestly. But all right, let's apply. Sorry. There we go.
Structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is that Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch my podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Here's why I think that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless.
Of course. But
so there's good reason to doubt this. So it's not a
conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. You can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You can get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well,
actually, when she first reported that, she said she talked to someone, not through official routes. Maybe she actually did do an official route thing, But initially, it was like to an insider or a friend she knows that's in the bureau or in some sort of federal position. That was her claim, right? I talked to someone that was within, federal government, versus like the official channels of like, hey, here's me reporting a potential crime against me, right? That's what I got
is
from
she
that.
saying it? Is she saying it like I was reporting it falsely, or I was getting information from the government?
No. She's saying I got information from the French government, right? From a higher up in the French government that there's an assassination plot against me, right? Candace Owens. And then she reported it to someone, but she said I reported it to a person I know within federal government or federal law enforcement, right? Versus like official channels. In fact, she said I made a mistake and not by not reporting it directly through the channels. So maybe she actually did that at some point, and that's what she's talking about. You got some sort of direct memo to DNI Tulsi Gabbard or to Donald Trump himself, I guess, maybe. But she also, not Tulsi, but Trump, she did report back then, but also said she didn't go through like official channels, right? She told a friend or a confidant or someone she knows that's within these apparatuses that she can say this to, and they can report it themselves, I guess, as a thing. That's what I heard back then. I wonder if she changed that around or fixed that around or fixed it, right? And said like, hey, update, I did report to an actual official body to where there's like paperwork and a paper trail of me reporting this crime or potential crime against me, right? Or potential threat. But I haven't seen that personally. But I haven't watched all her shows, so maybe she did. Just saying. See that, guys? It's called being thorough and fair, and most importantly, honest. Just saying.
She said you can't report something false to the government like that, but we were looking at that evidence. Like there was, what was that dump? The Epstein dump, right? And basically,
Sure.
there's all kinds of like claims that are reported. People just submit things, and if somebody just submitted it, you can't really like it's not proof, right? Like that itself is not proof. It's like somebody said it, which was
Sure.
very different from like other types of things which we did
That
see that were actual proof, like photographs or documents or things like that were outside of like, hey, I saw this. Like people could just make things up. Like
yes, but those are quote unquote official channels, though, right? If you have Jesse, if you have like a friend that works at the FBI, and you tell him, is that an official channel? It is not, right?
no, yeah,
But
no.
that's what
This is the first time
That's
I've
what
heard her
Candace
say that.
claimed.
But she's saying that right now. I don't know if she said it before, but she is making the statement now that she officially reported it.
Yes, which could be bullshit, but at least it's like officially like, hey, I have a concern. I reported it, right? Versus like, I have a friend over there. I told him or her, and that's it. A claim to a friend at the
Yeah,
FBI is not the same as a claim to the FBI itself, as far as I
completely
understand.
different.
Exactly. Which is, you know, not the way she's explaining that, but maybe she actually did like do an actual report to the FBI or to whoever, to the DNI, right, or to Trump, I guess somehow. I don't know how that works, like making a claim to Donald Trump himself or to his office.
She said his office.
Yeah, I don't know how that even works. Can you do that? Maybe Candace can. I don't know.
She should have just like returned his phone call. Like just dial back, right? Like,
That was Ukraine.
last call.
Listen, leave it alone. That was
Hey,
Ukraine.
they're trying to kill me, by the way. You told me to cut them some slack, but they're currently trying to murder me. Like, she just replied to that call.
Fair enough. All right. And unfortunately, like Candace fans, if they heard what was said right here, they may miss that because, once again, the implication of what's being said from Candace during her show will be considered as like they can write for themselves over what's happening versus hear her words, repeat it back to yourself, and now contemplate it. And then, like, okay, what is she saying here? She's saying, I didn't go through official routes. Back then, once again, she may have changed that. I haven't watched every episode. It's just more so like, have you questioned that? Maybe even actually when you initially heard it, revised or not, have you questioned that?
She said in this that I reported to Tulsi Gabbard's DNI report, the French Foreign Legion thing.
No, she's saying she reported to them directly about her situation.
She didn't. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Let's keep on. There we go.
I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened to me.
I can ask you, well,
this
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me. And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say it, if
I'm
I'm
not
allowed
trying to
to
regulate
say
anything. I'm asking
you're
very pertinent
you're sounding
questions.
a bit like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
You sound very
can't say,
defensive and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3
You
times. I just
literally
didn't say it in the way that you wanted
you
me to
just
say
kind
it.
of obfuscate and you run away from it. But I would like for you to actually focus on it.
Let's just go through every clip that you guys have prepared because it's pretty.
What he does.
I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure. They can pull up whatever clips they
whatever
want.
it is that you guys have prepared. So
I
would
still. Yeah, whatever. Pull up clips. Yeah, whatever. Like, no, the point was to have clips for the sake of showcasing something. So, like, you should, like, direct that. Right? Or, okay, whatever. There we go.
On this point, I just want to make
sure
sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think
and you have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you.
higher up tell you that he was going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No, Candace, just out of curiosity, when you pass down that message to a Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from somebody?
And I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about maybe they're not the correct office too. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I said.
So the call was, hey, I've been told the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination. And that
makes no
I mean,
sense.
it was a lot of information, but
Well, you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email because I figured they would
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100,
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much information
can I ask
as possible.
a question? If whoever...
That was a very lawyer answer, but it also makes no sense. I contacted the email address of someone of the office of Tulsi Gabbard. Like, wait, what? That doesn't make any sense at all. And things like that will probably like fly by from Andrew Wilson because, in a way, they might hold each other up.
It did fly by.
Have you ever reported anything to the federal government? Like, they do not respond. So, like, you send them information, they don't normally give you information back.
Someone saw Candace Owens, are like, okay, respond immediately. Apparently, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it sounded like just hearing Candace, it sounded like she reported it and they were like it was received. But with Patrick's questions, it's like her answers now clarified. Okay, she sent them like initial information. She didn't actually provide. She said she's willing to, but she didn't give all of the information because there's no follow-up. Like neither of them like actually came back and said, okay, like show us, like tell us more.
Yeah.
So
Well,
that was not clear
screenshot it, right?
from Andrew's questions, but now it's clear like how that went.
Well, the screenshot it, right? You said you didn't add the guy's name, the French, whatever government person, right? Apparatus person, like you didn't share their names. Like, okay, you assume the follow-up would happen. Like, why not screenshot it then? Showcase, like, hey, this exact letter was sent to. How do you like send things like directly to the DNI's office? That one like doesn't
It's
make
an
sense.
email address.
Yeah, sure.
Or a
but, like,
hotline.
yeah, but like, what is that, right? Like, what is that exactly?
Right. Well, see, I know this from the experience of the time that person like threatened me. I told you about but I called the FBI on that. And it's just like it's a voicemail you leave with them.
Leave
and they
a
do
suggestion
not
box
respond.
note thing, basically, right?
Yeah.
Suggestion box thing, like, okay.
And they never play back, no matter like I didn't get any kind of response. Like, are we gonna take interest in this? Are we gonna ignore this? I didn't get either one. There's just no response at all.
I mean, it could be as simple as I called the cops. They like ring twice and like hang up immediately. Right? Like, yeah, I called them, see? Not saying she's doing that. I'm just saying like that is a possibility that should be considered for sure. But good.
Yeah, there's often a thing where you see where journalists say like, "Oh, and they didn't respond." And you have no idea like how much they actually tried to get a response, or if they
Exactly.
wanted to
Exactly.
to just say that.
Exactly.
Yeah, I did my part. I called him.
Fair enough.
That's basically what she's saying.
Didn't have voicemail, not my fault.
She's saying that, but once again, how will you know? How will you know? I don't know, personally. I'll leave room for her to potentially like actually like seriously like do something about that. I mean, Andrew Wilson should bring up like what's it called? Dolly World? Dolly Parton World? Or what's it called? Or Dolly Park? Or it's fucking
Dollywood.
Dollywood. There you go. Thank you. That should be brought up, I guess. I would think. Hey, you're under threat. Why are you doing this? But let's move on. Here we go.
Here's the U.S. government. Why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so if that's the case, now they may respond back and say, we did, you know, that's their position.
I did. That's why I did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case because so if they
and
do
right
ask
away in Trump's office, his like Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk. So he has that. There's no.
And if you do say that and they contact that individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here. Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources are?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, it
seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like.
I'm not. Never did.
I think those are two different things. That's more something I'm
totally
asking
different
to
claims.
say, why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it, and nobody reached out to want to contact the
They
source.
probably didn't think it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUS
Well, we
and
don't
had a relationship with
not
her? No,
actionable
with her.
to
Relationship.
get more information.
This isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then
this.
if it wouldn't,
So they would ask.
If you were in that department, wouldn't you want to, even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't know.
How could they
No,
if
how
they didn't
could
come
they if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information,
Like his
more of the
counter-service
information, because it
And
was a
by the way,
long
this-
file.
Yeah.
This is a separate. This has
Did
got
you send
nothing.
Andrew's defending
More on
Well, I sent the
government
email, assuming that's
without even knowing what
make a
happened.
report. You think they're going to come back to you and say, "Hey, what's more information? We're investigating this," and that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at a
claim?
time where they were saying that they wanted to
She
explore every
answered
possible
all this.
lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you?
So actually, it was three.
It's like she was.
offices.
It's like Andrew wasn't paying
Prosecuting
attention.
office,
Yeah.
Dan Bongino,
Yeah.
and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following: if they contact you
top 10
to say,
podcasts ever,
is that
apparently.
specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel. It was
Okay,
they were
got it.
saying the French foreign, that person as a part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised
And
they haven't called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because
Mike,
who would want to make a report? Like, I mean, I've never
But-
made a report with the federal
but when
government.
he
ask
did-
one question.
but
Let
when
me
he
just
did
ask one
send
question.
it-
Let me just ask one question, and I'm going to bring it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to. I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now. The I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel French was involved. Is that
By the way, PPD paid for this, by the way, for sure. He paid to be the moderator. I almost guarantee that. Like, this is so weird looking. And the way it's like turned out, actually, this guy paid for this appearance, in my humble opinion. Here we go.
it now? The I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not the only people that believe there's a conspiracy here. The police officers that were involved, the many police, sheriff's offices, that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were, my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
Am I not allowed to have sources?
Well,
Like
the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have
well,
sources?
hang on. I
but
have
we can't?
sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think.
That's like he did that in service of his own defense of himself versus what does he believe about the case, right? And also in the world of, I guess, quote unquote journalism, I think you would hide certain people's names, I would think. Not that Candace is some sort of like, gracious arbiter of fucking, righteous journalism at all. Right? She will fucking bleed people, seemingly, for stories. But still, Andrew's argument is like, just say it, man. Like, yo, Candace, I think you're lying. Why can't you just say that? Why can't you say that? I don't get it.
Well, Andrew's lying.
Well, yeah.
It's.
probably.
I mean, it's clear. It's clear. Like she just said some things, like a couple sentences before, and then he starts asking, as if she didn't just answer those things, and it's like why is he defending? Like saying, well, he sounds like he's defending the government, but he's also like, because he asked certain things after that, he's like, okay, so you're not even sure what they did, but you're like defending like the scenario of what they did without knowing what they did.
Yeah.
That's fucking weird. Like what, like it's better to clarify, okay, what did happen, and then like start from there. Not like that's just weird. Like why are you defending like it unless you're just contrarian maybe like for no reason? Like it's just weird. It's
Like you're not trying to like arrive at a point almost, or sorry, arrive at it like an answer, which is relatively
he's just
typical.
trying to put doubt on her. So like it and not anchored on something. Like you could do it. Like there's so many things that you could anchor on, but like why would you do it on something you don't even know? Like that's just weird. It's not a good strategy.
Fair enough. Let's apply. Here we go.
What probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things,
And now she's
people are
defending
recognizing
herself
that
instead
my
of-
sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams, and that's why they keep watching my content, because I, like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, oh, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done.
How would that, talking to PVD.
How would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize any of that?
Well, what I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like saying
Well,
what I think and
mean,
collecting
aren't
evidence?
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions where? Like at a police station? Like
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you. I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
No, they're not answering our questions. So it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's why I said Andrew Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's his prerogative.
isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about, I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA on the basis of a lack of information, or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
But aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love to do that.
The thing is funny is
people
like,
act like I'm
I think
ground
their
zero.
PR I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some
actually
PR there. I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that. One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast. I think firmly that
it's also that, right? Of like, hey, sorry, the idea of like, I'll get you to say something so that it'll lead to legal trouble later on.
Yeah.
Which was like
This is
speculated
big.
about Andrew Wilson. Yeah.
Yeah, this is big right here. But yeah, you should be allowed to question the questionnaires. You're right, and that should go in every direction. You know who we can't question? The federal level. We can't question the police on this. Only the lawyers are, and the lawyers aren't even given the discovery, so they're not even asking the right kind of questions. It's like, yeah, you're right. I do believe we should be allowed to question the questionnaires. You know who we should be able to question on this case? Cash Patel. But we're not.
Okay, yeah, officially, yeah, we can't do that. We do it publicly, but we can't do it like actually officially. Like, hey, answer these fucking questions in front of the world, right? Like officially, like under oath, officially, right? We can't do that, but we can do like public speculations, kinda at best. I think right now, which
Right.
is also worthy, by the way. Under oath, like, what does under oath mean? We've seen enough liars at this point. What does that mean? But okay, fair enough. I get what you're saying there. All right. Here we go. Let's keep going. I have to actually rain check and delay the other video I wanted to do
Well,
for
also
tomorrow. Good.
the little bit of questioning we have of that big fat cop, or I don't remember his name, but he
Pause.
was up there with the other cop on the roof, supposedly within like 15 minutes after the quote unquote shooting.
The body camera guy, or what?
27 minutes, and then his body camera
cuts
goes off
off.
for the rest of his
Yeah.
shift.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. He's on duty for 27 minutes. His camera works, and then it stops working for the rest of the day. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, we, as in the general public, have lots of questions that defense attorney should have had a lot more questions of, and didn't, because, the preliminary was before discovery. How do you have fucking preliminary before discovery? It makes no fucking sense.
Well,
I don't know what to ask you, but I'm supposed to ask you questions. What?
Well, once again, I'm being told that you can't, or not that you can't, but it's not right to ask questions before you get to the trial itself. So thus, even though that guy might come up as like another like on the stand witness person, right? We have to like trust the plan and like wait for that to happen, I guess, is the idea. Like, hey, they'll ask it during that time period over there, like in the future somewhere, versus like that hearing right there. Apparently, but good.
No, but so they're supposed to. Preliminary is about, like, can this piece of evidence be introduced into the trial? Yes or no? So that's where the defense attorney needs to have discovery prior to the preliminary to cover that evidence, to have like a full picture idea of how do I ask these questions if I want this included or excluded from the trial. Like, that's why discovery before preliminary is so, it is
Can I ask
order
a
of
question?
operations.
Let me ask a question because I don't know personally, but could they like allow something that's like actually like dog shit evidence or dog shit testimony or something like that? Like allow it through for the sake of like shitting on it during trial in front of a jury? Is that a possibility? Towards like, yeah, it's bad. This
You would not.
Good.
It is possible, but it would not be logical for your side, either side, because you're better option, because you're limited you really are limited once you're in trial, in the sense of, let's say it's hearsay, the piece of evidence in the preliminary, and your argument's hearsay for preliminary. That can get it thrown out so that they never fucking hear it. The jury never hears it. But let's say it goes to trial and it's hearsay. Now you're having to argue with the judge, and then you're having objections, and then that's like, if you're arguing the judge, it looks bad to the jury that you're arguing with the judge, for one. It's not favorable to be arguing with the judge. Then the judge might say, okay, we have to have the jury leave the room. Or he might say sidebar. And then the two lawyers walk up there and they talk secretively in front of the jury to where the jury can't hear it. But now it looks like, holy shit. Like, this is a big, like, now it looks like they're trying to hide something from the jury. Like, the actual perspective from the jury, the human aspect of, holy shit, now they're hiding shit from us. Whether it's positive or negative for the defendant or positive or negative for the prosecution, it looks horrible at that point. Like, let's say it's hearsay. It shouldn't be there anyway, except for the exception rules of hearsay. But the basic idea of hearsay.
Let me
Bob told me. Go ahead.
Let me lay this out as a crazy hypothetical kind of. Okay, do you have a defendant, right? He's accused of murdering his wife because he was, paranoid that she's cheating on him, right? And thus he killed her because of that, right? And during the prelims, right, they bring in, O.J. Simpson as testimony to be as an expert witness or a testimony person. Be like, hey man, listen, in regards to hey, killing, hey, this guy did not kill his wife and her lover because, I went through that. He would never, it's not realistic, right? As O.J. Simpson, right?
Wait, he's a character witness? Like, he's saying the character of the guy?
Hypothetically, once again, make believe, magical, hypothetical, a situation where it's yeah, because of this situation, he's innocent, right? Why wouldn't the defense yo, please bring OJ to trial with us? Bring him, please let him through. Get the trial. We'll use him. Sorry, they'll think it's a win. For us, actually, the actual win in front of a jury to point out, hey, OJ, you're saying this guy's awesome because he would never do that because you're an expert on
murderers.
Murdering cheating wives and shit like that, right? As in, you'd be a great witness for us or great expert for us. So thus, you know what? Good, bring them through. Good thing. We want this. Why can't that happen in a case? Is that not possible of a thing?
Well, the problem's going to be is the judge is going to be like, I know you think you got a slam dunk here, but I'm not going to let you ask OJ about how he measures the characters of other murderers. So then you just got OJ up there saying, well, I ain't got a read on him, and he's not a murderer, and that stands on itself.
Well, perception though,
and it's
I'm saying OJ. Period. The jury sees OJ saying this man is innocent of killing his wife and her lover, right?
But,
that's already damning on its own, right?
What I'm saying is the judge might have some form of limits to the questions you can ask OJ. To where he can elaborate on that.
People can see that it's OJ. What does it matter?
Okay, because let me try and think of a question. OJ, what makes you think this guy is not the murderer? He's gonna simply respond something like, "Well, he doesn't have the characteristics of a murderer or whatever." And then you want to ask him something more like, well, how do you know this? And then the prosecution's going to be objection, hearsay. He This
Okay,
is
fair enough, but like, what's the jury actually doing? They're seeing O.J. Simpson, like, in sense, as like narrative-wise, defending the defendant. Meanwhile, like everyone like thinks he's
this is actually
guilty
a
of
horrible
murdering his own
example.
wife.
Yeah, this is a horrible fucking
All
example
right,
to
fair
like
enough.
do this with.
Fair
And
enough.
I just can't think of a good one. But there's when you're at trial, there are questions you're just not allowed to ask because you have to get around the barrier of evidence questions, and you might not be able to fucking do that.
Fair enough. I'm saying like like a bad like this guy sucks ass. So you know what? As a defense, we want him there, even though the other team like brought him in, maybe or whatever situation.
Okay. I got something for you. Okay, so let's say I have a witness that did not witness the actual shooting of somebody in a house, but he witnessed the gunfire noise from the sidewalk on the street, right?
Okay.
And he's like, okay, I can tell you, I heard the noise, and then I saw Frank run out the house. Yes, that looks at base level like Frank is panicking or whatever. You can assume that. But you can't say where was Frank in the house. I can never tell you that as the witness from the sidewalk in front of the house. If like the curtains were closed and the door was like a solid door, not a window door or whatever. So it's like, okay, I can give you this much information, but I can't keep assuming the rest of things because like it's just not there for us to tell you.
Okay. Well, okay, fair enough.
And they're gonna try. The other side's gonna try to pull that stuff out of you, but there's gonna come to a point where the side that's the other side's gonna be like, objection, he could never know that, or objection, he can never testify to that, objection, he can't infer that, objection, how would he know, he's not an expert at footprints or whatnot, and these things are going to be in the way because it's like he's not going to have the knowledge to know every aspect of things, and these things are going to block within the trial that needs to be like handled in the preliminary stuff.
Okay, I get the like technical shit, but like let's go with the idea of like incompetence as in okay, pretend the prosecution in this scenario, I guess, is incompetent, and they let like one of their guys that should help them out in their own minds, but actually would help out the defense, and that they sneak through somehow, right? As far as like the obvious like counter arguments will like actually unfold your own arguments for why someone's guilty of something, right? So thus incompetence at that point, right? What about that? Good.
So now I'm thinking back like to the actual trial we're talking about, Charlie Kirk. It was like there is a level to where you would want that, and there's definitely a level you wouldn't want that, and it really depends. And as the lawyer, your job is to know what questions the other side's going to ask.
Yeah. Well, that's why I said incompetence. That's why I said that. Where it's like, okay, what if they're just like
competence or
idiots?
confidence?
No, incompetence. Right. Imagine that.
COMP.
Yes. In regards to the prosecution, and they're dumb, right? They don't realize that. Oh my God, the counter questions are going to like hurt our case. To where it's like, maybe they're during the prelims, they're bragging about like, look at our evidence, and the defense is like, yeah, please let the evidence through, right? Like quietly without saying it, in a way, like, yeah, your Honor, we accept this evidence. Fine, okay.
Well,
but in reality, they're like, yo, this is a win for us, not for him or them.
Well, there is another thing of you are, as a lawyer, you're supposed to hand to the other lawyer everything you're going to ask.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes,
Everything
there's
asked.
not supposed to be.
Yeah.
There's not supposed to be a single surprise that's going to come up in the trial, and that's part of the problem with actually the OJ case, because there was never supposed to be surprises. They were supposed to, both sides. I'm gonna ask this. You're gonna ask this, but stuff comes up, and it was later in the trial stuff. Like, it was after discovery, new evidence came in about those gloves. So surprises occurred in that case.
Okay, fair enough.
There was never supposed to be surprises. Both sides are supposed to know all the evidence and all the questions that the other side's going to ask. It is part of practicing law correctly, which the times you see it is when it's like political level or super high celebrity kind of stakes that are not like that.
Okay.
And it's not supposed to be.
Okay, fair enough. I'm using like TV, honestly. TV and movies is where I'm like getting like my questions from, basically.
Right. There is an actual rule. You're supposed to tell the other side everything you're thinking.
Okay, I didn't know that. Although even with that, I don't expect like everyone, like all of them, to do that. Actually, probably right. They'll probably like have like certain like secrets or like secret strategies of things. But whatever. Okay, let's move on. Let's keep playing. Here we go.
The murder of Charlie Kirk.
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast. I think firmly that if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
so
what does
using
that
a hypothetical.
mean? Does that mean that you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that that was never even considered, like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Because they gave back the backpack, as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the...
that doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a second.
Yeah, they ruled them out as suspects.
That quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's $100 million incentive. This is...
What $100 million incentive?
What I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100
plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to factor.
Yeah, but what was
your team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
there's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Could also just ask.
And so right now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it. That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say complicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes, so sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to come in and debate.
Tell me,
so
what
now
does that
you're chopping
mean?
it
What
up.
does complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this? And she says, I do. Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And
yeah, I think Candace is actually flinching And also, I think we call. Sorry, I'll actually give myself credit here. I said like, yeah, the season finale is of her TV show is her calling out Erica Kirk as being part of the conspiracy in a way, which did well. My timing was wrong, but it did happen anyways. You know,
And she's drawn. She has collected somewhat of the Eric Kirk's life to draw the picture that she is not a normal person. She is under exceptional life circumstances that have put her into a powerful position by proxy. That now she's even said like, now she's the owner of this huge company and she doesn't know what the fuck to do.
well, then hold on. Let's say details because there's the Fort Huachuca thing, right? There's that with Erica Kirk. There's the Eastern European like girls' home or whatever it's called, like a
She was a model in Romania
thing.
or whatever.
Sure, there you go, or a missionary to some degree, I guess, in those areas.
And her parents are connected to some kind of like spy agency.
And she had like a weird relationship with a girl online, I guess, is also another one that was said. Again, they could be true for all I know, but Candace definitely implied something there. And I'm hearing Candace actually double take and stutter a bit about it. Just saying, once again, not proof of anything, and just saying like, okay.
Oh, and
fair enough.
And this was basically an arranged meeting of Eric Kirk to Charlie Kirk by one of the other employee, the employee that they're implying is like the connection guy.
I don't know if I know that one.
Yeah, so there's this one guy that wasn't there forever, but when he came, everybody else came after. Blake came after, Andrew Colbert came after, but I think this guy was... but he connected
a rich guy
Erica Kirk to Charlie. No, just one of the other, like, his staff guy that's not McCoy. Not McCoy.
Okay.
Not Blake. Not Andrew. But
I don't know.
I want to say his name's Alec or Alex, but I might not be correct on that. But he connected Erica Kirk to Charlie Kirk, and the guy that has left TPUSA said he was with them for 13 years. Said that he was there for that introduction. He's saying it's like that was entirely weird. Everybody came from this one guy to join the team. I've been there for 13 years. I got basically after these guys came in, there was a class system in the operation. It was no longer the same fucking thing. These guys got promoted to like executives. There was just Charlie before these people came in. There was not an executive board kind of idea.
Okay.
Like this, he's calling it like this guy's a handler.
Okay, fair enough. Actually, Candace has been accused of such things with her and her husband, but that, I don't know. What's the play, though? It just feels like I already believed that there was plenty of like room to like question Candace on some of her ideas.
Wait, what is the passion? What is the? There's a banker that had a son that's in the TPUSA thing.
His name is Jordan. Hit play. I'm doing that. Here we go.
Okay. That Tyler Robinson did this, and she says, I do. Then, again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, I actually, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that, did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her And I was expecting for her to say, well, you know, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, you know, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. You know, that's why that's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, we don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand. How would any of this make her complicit and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut case.
How is she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
don't look anywhere else.
That Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right, but so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it seem like I said she was complicit. Everything. Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing?
Like why? Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time. I'm guessing you probably don't want to watch.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your claim that it was overwhelming evidence. So now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting me to respond to it.
There's no doctored anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
that what you're actually saying is that Erica is just complicit in believing it.
When I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him. And I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that. I did not contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace, you and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, you go, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that we've been told by, if we can find that,
I'm
sure.
In the meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, and I don't know who to trust at the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want out of life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live. I was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie. Was there ever double dates between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019.
This is like about them instead of. Where's the case at? For the sake of clarity, I'll hit play. I know it's like very entertaining and very attention grabbing, but like we're missing the thing itself. We're missing the fucking thing itself, right?
The life of the housewives or whatever.
That's why I stopped watching fucking Candace, because I started doing this shit.
But is Patrick doing that to like say, did you have personal beef before, or like did this change it?
Where he's looking for friendship. He's looking for Mortal Kombat finisher. Finish them. Friendship. He's looking for that, I think. It seems like he's doing the Joe Rogan, basically.
This should be like, no, it should have been a one answer, but he got her going with that. It's just like, did you have conflict with her before his death? No. Okay. But she wants to get in. He inspired her to get into it.
Fair enough. From both your points. It's just. We didn't go over once again, we can go over Candace's motives of what she's doing, right? We can go over hey, does she have a point first? And then go there because, oh my God, she has no fucking point. Now let's fucking go over why are you doing this then? Right? That's pretty simple, I think. They never actually went over any of that shit of the actual point, the actual initial points. Why are we doing this for? From Andrew to Candace, why are we doing this? It's absolutely ignored, and thus, below kindergarten, actually. But
that is all for views, all three of them.
Potentially, sure. Probably, actually.
I guess this is kind of important because this definitely does smell of conflict of interest because of how close Candace is to her quote-unquote friend Charlie Kirk, picking a fight with Charlie Kirk's widow, Erica Kirk. So yeah, this kind of needs to be walked through.
No, dude. No, come on.
It's conflict of interest. It is conflict of interest.
If you want to get there, showcase that her points in general were actually this is bullshit. So now why are you bullshitting us? Right? Now you get to conflict of interest. We're not there yet though. Showcase that her points are bullshit. Yeah, good.
I'm not saying that she has the measure of conflict of interest. You just have to hear it out because of her closeness to the actual person.
I refuse to write scripts for these idiots, bro. I refuse to. I will not do it. I refuse to. It is what it is. I refuse to write.
What'd you say?
I refuse to write scripts for these fucking idiots. I really do.
Scripture? Are you saying scripture?
Scripts. As movie scripts, right? I refuse to.
What? No, I'm talking about conflict of interest.
No, dude, we're not there yet, though. I'm not just gonna skip the actual thing to get to there.
They are there. They are there.
But we have to guess why they're doing these things. So that's the we have to fill in the gaps,
exactly.
Where they are not, structuring, to get there.
Conflict of interest? We're not there yet. They haven't fucking discussed the actual topic first. I'm not skipping that.
Well, they are. That's what I'm saying.
Fair enough, but still, I'm not doing that mentally. I'm yo, I got nothing so far when it comes to here's idea or evidence in a certain direction versus another, right? I'm not there yet. We've skipped all that for what? For fucking what? Is Candace jealous of fucking Erica Kirk? What? We're there now?
You know
Like,
that's
what are we
gonna
doing
come
that
up.
shit for? No, it's
You know
fucking
that's gonna
stupid, though.
come
It's
up.
fucking dumb, though. It's dumb. Sure.
I think
There-
Candace
there-
is a better story
Andrew-
teller. She would
Andrew's
not.
gonna accuse her of being a
See.
jealous woman. That's coming up.
But I can't place it
That's
all
my
on
guess.
Andrew at this point, though. That's the point, though. That's what I'm saying. I can't place it on
that comes
Andrew.
from
Like
Andrew.
Candace, like, yo, bring it back to the fucking topic then. If you're the real one, but apparently, not, or you're just dumb. Either way is damning, right? For the fans, should be damning. But
It's gonna go
yeah.
there
Fair enough.
because that's the other side of the internet is saying, well, Candace is just jealous. She wanted to fucking. So we got to go through that.
Okay, I would say, internet. What are we doing here then? What's our point here? Is what I would say. But no, fair enough point. Fair enough. Let's apply. Here we go.
George and I were planning our marriage. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout
What?
that phase. And I was just happy.
Leave
and I
this out of my
never
life,
was under
please.
the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married
That's his
when they
life.
were
Like,
dating.
leave
So
it
it wasn't like
alone.
I
Like, yeah.
was conscious. I really need to get to know this person. And
Why am I
so
hearing
it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending
Someone is saying, yo,
any
George, shut up,
time
bro. I want to hear
getting
this.
to know Erica
So,
per
so,
se.
so the complicit part about
Dummies.
Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
It transformed when she lied.
you can take the lead? I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
If you want to
I
go for it.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's complicit, that's my opinion. When you
keep posting in the
tweeted
background. I love
Erica's too retarded to kill her husband,
Yeah.
would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So
Yeah.
I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So and,
You
and what
just
and by
asked
the way,
me.
and
Like,
what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after
All women
going to
are
the headquarters?
retarded.
Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards them.
Right. Appeal to
You don't
dumb
think
shit.
calling somebody too retarded?
No,
Is-
come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue in cheek.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek, yeah. Like, for instance,
This is where you ask them, like, well, okay, tongue in cheek. Okay, fuck that. What do you actually mean? What do you want to say? That's the avenue for that, all right? Here we go.
you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. Are you're just like, well, that's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm
she's
not her biggest defender.
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about
Still
the
do.
feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the
Still think
headquarters.
it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point
Well,
USA.
I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down, and then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do.
Ha ha. Ha ha. That's my laugh for that one. Debate training. You embarrass yourselves. Anyways, here we go.
On recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay, and then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay.
For,
Is
I
that
don't
when
know,
you gave her
maybe-
the hug?
Yeah,
We weren't
gave her the
sitting
hug right
down.
there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay,
to
so
her.
at what point did you start receiving text messages from that you cited in your opening statement?
Oh,
that
I've
you-
just reached out to TPUSA and said I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it interesting that people have been asking for basic answers to questions. And you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I feel like if I was going to release that information, I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know where
they don't have the courage to have the conversation. If they were just releasing something in good faith to answer questions.
Do you have any
I've never
evidence
demanded,
of that claim?
It's not evidence that you're sharing your opinion that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going to register as really obvious to the public, that rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a surprise. Well, do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if
talking about terrible PR,
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, I'm taking this position, this is the position that I feel like there's the most evidence for, and Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I definitely take a look.
But what is the...
It was actually amazing to me. By the way, he is such a robot that this is... On the PR level, just saying, I forgot to mention that of my opinion on that one. But on the PR level, you just boosted Candace, I'd say. Overall, you boosted her because this guy's horrendous. He's actually dumb too. That's the funny part. Andrew Wilson's actually a dumb fuck. When it comes to debating argumentation and all that shit, it'll only work on other dumb fucks. Which is, well, I mean, there's a lot of dumb fucks, but this particular thing of a Betamax at a fucking out of the loop type of thinking, yeah, this is not gonna work on too many people, man. Unfortunately, so thus Andrew Wilson as this fucking caveman of argumentation is not gonna work out too well, in my humble opinion. And that's why, for perception, perception wise, Candace will run him over, perception wise, because this guy's a fucking loser. It is what it is. He's a fucking loser. It is what it is. He sucks at arguing. Actually, when it comes to actual topics, maybe he can debate the lady with 10 different husbands. I'm sure he can argue against them and sound coherent and rational. But against regular people, nah, bro. Sorry, you're a fucking bot. It's fucking obvious too. Your haircut looks more authentic than your fucking voice and words. And that's very sad.
I think we should actually use this, and we should have Andrew Wilson go in there and be like, you know what? We want those cameras from behind Charlie Kirk, so we can help defend you.
This guy is allergic to real. For now, at least. Well, listen.
You get what I'm saying? If TPUSA is releasing things to him, so why don't we use that?
Fair enough.
Okay, let us have the cameras that the government should have had the whole time and told the public about and shown the public.
Fair enough. I get your joke / point, but this guy is not going to be believed by a good amount of people, man.
Oh, fucking 10 months later, nobody should believe those fucking cameras. As soon as they introduced those 2 new fucking foot cameras that guy took down afterwards, everybody should be thinking, great, they had 10 months to edit this.
I'm saying fuck cameras.
Or if it's 5 years from now, great, they had 5 years to edit this. You shouldn't believe them at this point. They should have been released as soon as fucking possible.
Fair enough. I'm saying fuck cameras because Candace is like a voice or a person or a personality that's like considered like, oh my god, the opposition, right? And they send this fucking loser in here, this fucking devil worshipping loser in here to handle things with Candace. It's not gonna look well later on. Personal opinion, just saying that.
From where he's sitting, he just called it the debate of the year. I think he said, or something like that. And
I've seen all
that's what it is for him, right? Like from his perspective, like this is not the big show for Candace, right? Like this is like, and she's mostly on the defensive, but like there's a very different. This is very asymmetrical. Like she's literally on her home turf, like, and she's able to, and she's being paid, right? Like they're giving her money, which shows
you could say
like
all that.
also who has like the leverage or like it validates her a lot in
say all
the
that,
relationship
Jesse.
between them.
Say all that. You could say all that, but in reality, in my humble opinion, I think that narrative-wise, Candace will walk away as the winner. Even though, once again, she has moments of like, oh my god, what was that? Right? They won't notice that because of how sweaty and dumbfuck this guy is, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, I'm completely agreeing with that. Like I feel like they're walking into this like fairly like on a already losing, and then he's and Andrew's terrible. So
yeah, but her actual win is not money or home turf. It's that he showed up and his argumentation.
Yeah.
That's why she's the actual winner of the fucking scenario. And thus, historically,
he's also going to be the winner. He's also going to be the winner.
No, based on those standards of like, oh my god, his paycheck went up. He has more reasons to not work at Walmart anymore, right? He has more reasons for that.
No,
okay, fine, he won.
No.
But in reality, when it comes to
dude, no, you're not thinking about it from the perspective. You're not thinking about it from the perspective of the people that are like locked in. Of course, Tyler Robinson did this, and this guy proved that Candace Owens has no evidence to produce to suggest otherwise. It is all speculation, and speculation is not evidence, and we should not fucking consider anything except for what this is. They showed us a blurred video. It's obviously him taking the shot on the fucking roof. Like his side of the argument is gonna make him the winner too.
Okay, I can view the New York Mets as like the winners of baseball history, but they're not. Like, I can view it that way, right, if I want to, but they're not. Right? So we can view, once again, you can have teammates or Team MAGA still to this day somehow, like based on all the events that have played out. You can have those guys, okay. But if I compare that to the other side of people's like angst and rebellion of things, it's kind of a nothing compared to that, probably, right? Which means you walked in and you left with the same result, probably, right?
There would be no Yankees if there was no Mets.
Let me try again. Whatever, based on what you just said right there, whatever Andrew walked in with, he left with too, which means, but actually, he probably actually lost some. I don't know, like honesty, he probably like lost some.
I think so too.
Which means he lost some, right? He lost like that. The idea of like, oh my god, the people that actually believe this stuff. Listen, Andrew Wilson won. Like, well, actually, there's probably like less people that believe that now after these guys talking to each other than before. In my humble opinion. Yeah, it is what it is. But you know what? Let's apply. Here we go. Just like end this video already. Here we go.
Really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going, Candace, I want to interrogate you for an hour and a half about.
Well, Candace, he was full shit before he even walked into the fucking doorways. But you're too dumb to realize that, or, I mean, like, most likely you're full shit, but, or, you know, you're too dumb, right? I think she's full of shit, but she also might be too dumb to realize. Both are damning to me. But yeah, that guy walking in, full shit, I think, from the very beginning, unless you're an idiot and couldn't see that. Here we go.
And just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this. They actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical of the organization. You were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going, Candace, I want to interrogate you for an hour and a half about everything you've ever said about Erica. Have you ever been
critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was less critical about Erica, and now I'm more critical about her.
But I'm asking you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you think that she's dumb and let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about well, yeah.
I debate against
against feminists
and red pillars, and a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist.
And then you go on to Joe Rogan, and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm actually
You're in the biggest of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this. You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot be compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which makes sense why she would take the organization over.
No, it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah, because they don't have a parent. They don't have a parent, and they've just suffered a trauma. You don't go into the office.
You want to protect your husband's legacy, right?
No.
And you're trying to find some new normal.
The legacy is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life for it.
I think this is why people think she's sus.
And his children. Now, for you, though, to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
No, that was you. You brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're by the way,
she's not qualified to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting thing here is like, I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been. And I'm just as critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed.
Wait, but the idea is... Wait. So the idea that I missed probably is Erica Kirk being a woman and leading an organization like that, right? And based on Andrew's ideology, that shouldn't happen. Right? Or they shouldn't be in like positions of like that type of power, I guess. But now he's like, yo, there's exceptions. Is he doing that?
He also pointed out.
No, did he do that? Based on that question, like, did he do that?
His response to yes, and his response to that was, Candace, you're also this top girl boss thing too.
And she's like, yeah, I am, but that's not my ideology, right? She's okay with the girl being at the head, right? Or no?
No, she got defensive with that.
Okay.
I'm not that. I'm qualified to do what I do. Erica's not qualified.
I thought she'd say like, yeah, it's okay that there's a girl here.
And she
No?
said, if my husband was assassinated, it would be my responsibility to go home. That's what Candace said.
Yeah,
Oh,
and she said
they're going
Eric
on.
is not qualified. I think that's a little bit that line surprised me. Not saying that she's qualified or not, but like if Charlie owns this and they're married, so she owns it. If she wants to run it, if she wants to run into the ground or whatever, like if she owns it, that's her choice, right? Like whatever she wants to do with it. So that's kind of weird to say like she's not qualified. I don't get that at all. Like
It's a very interesting dynamic here, where it's like Candace's
They're
make him a
both
sandwich
fucking.
thing. Right.
Yeah, they're both fucking up here.
Make him a sandwich, right? Is kind of part of Candace's thing. And once again, for the
She
fan
never
base,
has.
well,
She never has.
well, for the fan base that realizes, sorry, I hope they realize that, it's okay to make sandwiches too. It's okay to do that if you want to, right? That's kind of the point. Is like, hey, or sorry, my position of the counterpoint is like, hey, do your thing, like be yourself. Just find yourself though. Don't be a role player like 99% of the fucking population. Be yourself for real. So it's like, yeah, if you make sandwiches for your husband, okay, good for you, or your kids, or whatever the fuck, man, do that thing. But it becomes like a kind of a pseudo sense of individuality or epiphanies of existentialism. Like it's like fakery of the real thing. There's a real thing out there. Unfortunately, Candace and Andrew probably have both abused that idea and that sensibility. And I can't look at this guy and be like, man, what a fucking real man. What a real individual. I can't smell that at all. He smells like a fucking loser, as I said before. And a horn worshipping, tail worshipping fuckface and goatees. All right, here we go.
By the
Well, I
way,
mean, they're both
I would think it's the
equally
most
tearing each
rational,
other
reasonable
apart.
thing on planet Earth to do.
No, they're both
if you wanted
terrible.
to actually see an
Difference.
organization change,
Big difference.
to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization.
Sure.
And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion.
yeah.
'Cause I'm not
She
going to say
has
it's
a vagina.
scientific.
Yeah.
That
Meanwhile,
any
he's a
woman
fucking
that would
loser.
leave her kids and go right into the office
But
after their
also,
husband was
she's like a
publicly
fucking loser, too.
assassinated
It's crazy.
does not have their priorities straight.
He has more swag.
Okay,
though.
well, I understand that you can have those criticisms, but I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't
know
have
how
to
she's
keep
running
answering the
this
same
business.
question.
Okay,
So
but
let's
do you
let's
feel
get
like you got an answer to how it's complicit?
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we
Okay.
want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So
Okay.
if you guys are ready in the back,
I am
we're
trying
ready.
not to play Apex right now. I'm trying my best. Stick
and
to this
causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen
Try my best.
with a pet and explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past. It accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones in his neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would have gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly, because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive, oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged it. He spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
But
I didn't prepare the clips.
I think
I didn't, but it's fine to ask it to back it up.
Like I said, I don't need to
make your audience think that Tyler Robinson, like innocent or guilty, is based on, are you team Candace or team Andrew? Let's make it that way. And once again, actually, to be fair to Candace, this is definitely the dishonesty art side of Andrew Wilson in this particular segment right here, right? Just saying. But
context of the clips.
Yeah, like kind of like cutting him off and shit like that. Like that's already dishonest, right? That's why, like, if you like only watch this, you could see why it's dishonest, right? But there's moments of Candace being dishonest, in my opinion, too. But yeah.
Did I miss Andrew being honest? I missed it. I didn't see the beginning. I don't know.
No, not to me.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
To say what's happening here because the internet will clock it. But in this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is, I believe, because I don't have every episode in my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge explosive. As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise. And I was concerning myself with timelines and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day. So we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically exploring it, that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're like, "What's this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you know what it is.
I'm just trying to make sure. Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the.
Do you know about the shirt? Because that's kind of new. The shirt that was taken a picture of in the back of the car, and then the gloves and the passenger side of the door.
Yes, but not from Candace. I saw that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, like what she's, I guess, explored is she's had like a lot of people write in, people that make clothes. They're to surgeons cutting clothes off of people, like people as they're coming into the operating room or whatever, or the emergency room, cutting, and they're all like confirming, yes, that looks like a burnt fringe on a shirt, and and the shirt melted because it was a it's not cotton, polyester will burn and melt versus like cotton will burn and do something different.
No clue.
And she's gone through all this stuff with like people writing into her.
Okay.
And
no clue.
This vehicle was not confiscated by the police. It was sold within 4 days, just like the semen thing. It was not considered evidence by the police in any sense. This vehicle was scrubbed clean and then sold within 4 days of his death.
Fuck me, no clue. Personally, yeah, got nothing. But once again, I've seen past Candace videos to where it's like, how are you leaping there? Like, how we? Okay, we're here now. Okay, all right, I'm done watching. See you later. Until I until I get like like some sort of like news of like, hey, this is worth looking at, I guess, or something that sounds interesting to me. Candace it's few and far between. I almost guarantee she knows that and is behaving in regards to that. But blatant devil worshiper on the other side arguing against her is like perfect cannon fodder or perfect ammo, or perfect backdrop for her own ideas. It's perfect because it takes out the situation of like actual direct, hey, what happened here? It takes it away from that. And that's where we're at right now, unfortunately. And we will stay in there in perpetuity until we have our ears open, our brains happen. Yeah, good.
She's good. Like she answers the question, and and in this, I'm not trying to imply that she's being honest about this. I'm just like she's very good strategically. Like she's answering the question however she wants, but then she also makes Andrew look like dishonest in his tactics. Right now, she's talking about which is
because he probably is,
definitely gets
honestly. At the very least,
he is dishonest, right? But she's pointing it like she's also, I think whether he is or not, like, well, and he definitely is, but she's also making sure to communicate that to people, like as she's answering the question, right?
News.
So
Yeah, she's
so
spreading
like
fake news.
Yeah, this clipping thing,
no, it's more than fake news, but
it's kind of two-sided, right? Because yes, it's a very common tactic to do that, like to just clip something out of context. And she said that by the mid-sentence thing. It's like, hey, like that, just that sentence that she said made him look suspicious, and it is suspicious. But the other thing is, like, I don't assume they watch her show end to end, and
yeah,
I think they basically look through.
Yum about that one.
No, but like I'm not going to assume that, right?
Maybe not Andrew,
I,
but the team around him.
the yeah, the team.
They might have some show of
I,
that. Yeah,
they could, but I mean, there's a lot of episodes too, right? So what I think when people
they're an hour
research,
long.
they're going to use like the LLM. Like, why would they watch it in 10? They need to find the information, right? But now through transcripts, through LLMs, you find, like, you see a type of question into a video, and it jumps me right to the timestamps, right?
I see
Like,
compilations of Candace Owens like saying words wrong or stuttering. I see that too.
I get what you're
saying.
yes, I think they're switching.
Yes, you could skip
They're
all that with
switching for
AI
certain things.
machine thingies, but like
Yes.
I bet there's people that actually like dedicated to watching it too. I had to guess. For whatever reason,
Definitely possible. But definitely.
it seems extremely possible based on the way they maybe, once again, compilations of her saying words wrong. Whatever, right? Maybe an AI machine found that for them. I don't know, but yeah, I could definitely believe that people are like, once again, to get shit done. If okay, on paper, if Candace is the actual opposition, why wouldn't you like actually just watch it and get your ammo there? I think it's pretty easy to, I think, obvious thing to do versus relying on a machine. I don't know about that, man. But
I mainly brought it up. I don't know his team, but I've seen this pattern over and over about well, Jimmy's one is very obvious, but like there's where it looks who else with Nick Fuentes, we've seen like the way that even when people interview each other, they don't look prepared. Like, yes, they have clips, but it doesn't really look like they're familiar with their content very well.
So right there in this right here, Andrew didn't know that what the out of context was, and that he's like, okay, we can rewind it a little bit back instead of just mid sentence. And then she explains what it was about, and he's like, oh, you were completely in the hypothetical, meaning he didn't know that they were exploring this. He only knew what his team told him to play right there, and then watched it in front of all of us. Is like, see, you said that.
Do things. That's how a lot of people do their argumentation. Is that? I'll be honest with you. That's a kind of a universal thing. Incomplete.
Of course.
In fact, even if they hear the context, they may leave it out of context.
You watched the clip. You watched a clip. You didn't get the full context of something, and he just got caught in it. And she pointed out and illustrated how he got caught into watching something out of context.
Fair enough. I just think, yeah, I think there's a little bit more like dedication from dumb fucks, but dumb fucks without keyboards, maybe more so actually listening dumb fucks. That's definitely Candace's team, right? That's probably definitely her shit at the very least. And I feel bad for the audience, for the fans actually, that probably can't tell whether or not Candace is mad that he's insulting her or mad that he's trampling over her friend's death. Right? They probably can't tell which one it is. And that's very unfortunate for them. Don't worry. I consider the same thing. All right. There we go.
The photos of what was in the car, I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too.
Mm-hmm.
What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
And the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion.
This is
there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos
man-made,
when the shot rings out
my humble opinion.
that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
People squinting their eyes.
For every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten on and said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill go on to, I'm forgetting which platform it was, where he said, it's the first thing I thought was it looked
Rob
like
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw.
Piers Morgan,
we should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed and his experience.
Yeah.
What are you saying, Jordan?
I'm going to take that, and also there were people.
Rob O'Neill, Piers Morgan. I think it's Piers Morgan. SEAL Team 6 killed Osama bin Laden, right? Rob O'Neill, that thing. That's it. Here we go.
We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed and his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back to like my first episode, when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense to me. And
that's because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually do this experiment yourself if you have a right.
No, I just want to hear. It's obvious. Why do people question this? Because it's obviously not a 30-06.
Okay. Well, actually, I've heard this portion, and the guy brings up the shirt moving around. But actually, Andrew Wilson, in words, brings up a good counterpoint of like, well, we can't see things in slow motion. So maybe like you shoot someone and their shirt moves, but you don't realize it because it's happening so fast versus, 10,000 replays in slow motion of an event. But I saw this part. But all right, here we go.
And
that's because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle. Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you: does that box go sideways off a table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not 2,000 pounds of energy.
Well, we can fact check that. How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-6 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you just go upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that that's not
but
possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. It didn't go through. But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to assert your position as a fact?
Because I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say. If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass, and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say for the record,
there's direction though.
Some of these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and
it's complete. Your shirt, if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaced air. It's where it dispersed the air. Underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
The bullet's this big, and you're telling me it's going to hit his neck.
Candace,
and then
it's not underneath
beneath
the shirt.
The shirt
starts
puffs
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not that was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first? That didn't make sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow, his necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke. I've never said it on my platform.
Do you think that an explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
there's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this road mic.
I think that you should.
So you admit there were
Wait,
pagers.
what? It's like
he's actually
he's preemptively like making an argument to like maybe bring it there because that's what he's prepared for, maybe, which is very weird of a way to discuss things. If you're an honest person,
stupid. He's undermining the previous arguments he had too at the same time.
He's been
it seems like it.
He's been doing that the entire time. To be honest with you, he has been.
So Israel doesn't do conspiracies, but the Israeli pagers conspiracy, yeah, that existed.
Oh
no!
If they did use this type of bomb, it would look like this. Like with this other thing that they did. That is
his argument for the prosecution in the earlier portion of this video is the exact reasons why Candace on paper, in words, is arguing her position, and he's denying that, but accepting one side and denying the other, while saying like, "Yeah, man, open conversation," you know. So he's been doing that the entire time. Like he is, I mean, transparently a dishonest argued person, debate bro guy. That's kind of obvious to me. It's unfortunate people will not figure that out for years to come. But still, it's not actually logical. Like this guy's not smarter than you, the average audience member. He's not that smart. He's kind of stupid. He's kind of a dumb person.
Walk through this thought with me. Andrew Wilson believes that Israel will kill children with pagers and bombs, like a bomb pager thing.
Or Hezbollah, you know.
They're not too diabolical to kill Charlie Kirk.
So like you're playing into Andrew Wilson's world. I'm saying like he is actually quite dumb. His argumentation is actually stupid, but it'll work for a special few. By few, I mean like thousands. But relative to his standing in society, a few. But let's keep playing. Here we go.
Since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of how a shaped charge would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people, actually, regarding this topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For the purposes for the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
Are we trolling?
And good to see you, General Holt. A lot of things bother it bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. It's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but then she can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, oh, I'm just asking questions. Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm just saying he said he's shot people up close, and he's never seen a shirt move like that, and it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. Okay. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, point, right? I mean, if I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because
you'd miss Christ.
Normal speed,
but you'd definitely see that, wouldn't you? Sorry.
In normal speed, would you notice that? Is his question?
Me personally, maybe, I don't know.
Maybe not.
Personally, I know he'd miss Christ.
But that's why slow motion exists, for better examination.
But he was just arguing a little while ago. If you had a rifle, you can reproduce this. Like unless he meant with like you got a rifle and one of these cameras with like to capture it super fast, and like it as he was saying all of that, like it seemed like he was saying this is easy to reproduce.
Well, he was, but he's wrong.
Sure, but his argument was about Rob O'Neill's argument of like, hey, I've shot people like close range. I never saw a shirt move like that, right? Which is like, it's probably going so fast. How would you even notice? That's one. Two, I'm sure Andrew would forget Christ in those moments. All right, here we go.
Because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all?
Yeah, but that's, if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick. Very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's
over.
not what
and
I
also
saw.
God exists.
Clearly, it's not
same time
what he saw, and he thinks that there could be an explosive.
Sure,
so I'm just saying to you,
when
people disagree with you. Your opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I understand.
I think that's a good place for us to, if we have another break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Another ad.
I mean, I think, yeah. Sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5 minute ad break.
Because what's nettled growth already care and more budget.
She let him smoke outside, come in and smell like smoke. That's my question.
What was that? Sorry.
Is she letting Andrew go out and take smoke breaks, come in, smell like smoke, but just not smoke in front of her?
No, like if you have a no smoke rule, that wouldn't fly.
He's stuffing tobacco in between his toes. That's why his foot's shaking.
Bro, I tell you what, I couldn't do this interview without smoking.
Well, it's a matter of fun. Is it fun or not? But then again, Andrew's here for business because the White House said so. Anyways,
that's really why he's shaking his leg. This devil ain't fucking worried about that shit. He's just like, I need a cigarette.
Yeah.
Fieldofgreens.com.
All right, fantastic. So, Andrew, if you want to go with your last couple thoughts.
Yeah, so I just have two more clips to play.
Okay. I think I saw
right,
this.
And then
we
can do final thoughts, I'm guessing.
You saw this already?
No, I didn't see this.
I feel like
clips. I didn't see this.
We got where we were trying to go, or at least for the most part. So the two other clips, I do want to play the Twigs clip. That one is important to me, the Twigs DNA clip.
Yeah.
And they're going to pull it up just to have you respond to it.
Well, you don't have to play it because, if you're saying that when I initially watched it, I thought that Lance Twigs' DNA, like he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples, and then they started speaking about the gun and said, multiple prints were found on them, and then they moved and they said Lance Twigs' DNA was found on the screwdriver. When I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun, so I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think, but if you want to play the clip,
this is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember 9-hour testimony.
It's just demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case that you're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've already
You're going to make mistakes on the case.
Yeah.
But in this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson. So we don't know yet if Lance Twigs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. All right, Erica. You could just sit down with me, Erica, but we can do it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Sure. Yeah,
sure. I'm bringing it up.
Straight to jail.
That was a little thing right there. As in like, hey, Erica, instead of sending your Gander Mountain boots in here to argue against me, like, send yourself. But then again, it's not about Erica Kirk, probably. If there was a conspiracy thing going on, it wouldn't be about her. But that's more compelling for a TV show. In which case, this kind of showcases, to me at least, the bullshitness of what I'm looking at. All right, here we go.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
I'm bringing it up.
Shouldn't put that out. I'm sorry.
Straight to jail. For questioning, at least, Erica.
I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you. Someone once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail?
Yeah, so that's the show intro. And straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay. So do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
Yes, it's obviously tongue in cheek. And then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already sat through.
Why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me anything. That's my show you're watching. Just the clips that you're pulling are from my show. So if I want to say something on my show, I can say that. I didn't say they owe me something. I don't think that's ever unless you have another clip.
But if you say like you need to be sat down for questioning and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
So you're just saying, what if they haven't been?
Yeah, if your
you're
entire
just kind of filling the air
if your entire thing is
junk.
No, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not, what that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah. And you're
His counter is, what if she has been?
So, like I said, I feel like
they're
now
both
you're just
what
kind of
if.
filling the
Well,
air
to
with
my
nonsense.
knowledge-
What if
Turning
she
Points,
what if?
we want
To my
make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and you
But
defend Erica. And I
PR-wise,
have to say,
Candace
I
will
don't
win that
think you've
one,
done an extraordinary
probably.
job
Great,
at that.
but I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is, though,
I would
is
say
like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time, I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something, and you're saying no, and
She's
that is what I
capable of
think will
gotchas.
register to people as very
Well, wait,
fair.
I expressly
We did not take out of context clips of Andrew
But
to
I
try to
expressly said
please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
going to
off.
bring
We
claims,
did not.
right?
She didn't do what
You
she
said
did
you
with
were gonna
Nick.
bring claims that
Your
you would want me to
claims.
speak to. You didn't say I intend on sitting you down.
It's very unfortunate people with pulses are going to give their fucking lifeblood to these 2 idiots. Sorry, these 3 idiots. And the guys behind the camera, too. It's the unfortunate part.
We are giving our time to this.
Yeah. I have 0 regrets about this. I actually, I lean into this. If it's like actually like truly like whack to me, or like whack in the sense of like nothingness, or not nothing, but you know what I mean, like whateverness, I would definitely not release this, but I actually view this as very interesting as an outside observer.
Right.
Maybe for different reasons than fans, but still very interesting. Me personally, at least. But yeah. Sorry, good.
But it's a lot of, I don't know what you call it. It's this for the last 30 minutes of this. I don't know if it's really 30 minutes of actual footage, but the last 30 minutes of us watching this and pausing it and shit, it's just been cringe to me. Like, I'm getting that feeling of anxiety, kind of cringe.
It's gotten worse,
Like-
I'd say. It's gotten worse since the beginning, actually. The beginning was a lot more about like evidence and the actual topic, right? It's gotten worse, I think. And I saw the ending. I saw that. So that one, I'm skipping that one because I know what that is.
All right. Off air, just
stupid.
summarize it for me.
Wait, what?
Off air.
Well, why not?
Once
Fuck
you're
it.
done with the video.
No, fuck that. Fuck that.
Okay.
Why not? I got a sense of it's not kumbaya. I'm not saying that. It's like the same, like, I stand my ground, you stand your ground, but it's like it's about us.
Here's my channel.
No, well, it's
Here's my fucking
it's like, here's the right, the end of an essay, right? The conclusion is like, hey, it's about us. Like that's the actual end.
We are
end
the
conclusion.
world.
Yes, it's me and you. No. It's not kumbaya. I swear to God, it really is like a actual conclusion of an essay of like saying, here's what the essay was actually about. In the fucking conclusion, right? At the end of the fucking story, here's the entire kind of summation of the story itself. I got that. And what it was is, yeah, it was me versus you. That was it. And I'm like, oh God.
Was that Candace who said that, or
no, both?
who
That's what I
summarized?
got.
Okay.
I got like both for me
Okay.
personally. I mean, like,
I want.
honestly, like,
I want to
Andrew
ask.
Wilson yet, like,
I want to
don't know what
ask.
to say. Yeah, God.
I want to ask you this before, like, you just end it. So, when they were talking about the gun, were they talking about did Candace be like, there's no way that 30-06 bullet could do just this small a damage?
Yes, in a very small portion of conversation.
And what was Andrew's like counter to that?
He said,
I don't
"Oh
need
my."
to see it. I just
Okay.
like,
He said, "Oh my God, frangible, soft tip, anomalies." Yeah, I wasn't I wasn't Army sniper, but I was I guess, a gun trainer of, I guess, snipers or some shit like that. From Andrew Wilson's point, I guess. I don't know personally, but it wasn't sufficient enough for me either way. Even though I think that's one of the biggest like cruxes of conversation when it comes to this topic, and yet it wasn't actually discussed in too much detail, which is to me kind of sus, personally.
I just need them to actually acknowledge that we have 10 million fucking dead bodies from the from 1914
or some shit like that.
to 1945
Yeah.
with 30-06 fucking wounds in them that could fucking solve this for anybody, and it is already solved. That bullet does not do that little of damage 100% of the fucking time.
Once again,
Like,
I can't
it
say
is
I know.
not possible for that to be a 30-06 by any logic. We have everyone from World War One used that fucking gun, and then for the first part of the World War Two, the Americans used that gun, and then the Germans used that gun the whole time, or different version, but still 30-06 round for their German Mausers. Fucking use that fucking gun. It's not possible to be that small of a fucking wound. That
Charlie
low
was
of
working out and he
damage.
had a good diet.
We have 10 million and I'm being modest, 10 million dead bodies with this fucking gun type. It doesn't do that.
Well, hey, I can't say I know personally, but you would, once again, you'd hope that there be a sense of like consideration of things, but unfortunately, like, not from, I guess, Andrew's side of things, which means it's either like a full blown Candace or full blown Andrew as the actual argumentation versus like the case itself, right? The actual argumentation towards like, here's the evidence, agree or disagree, real or not, right? Real or fake, right? That's not being brought up, unfortunately, for the audience. But I do think personally, when it comes to PR, which is a part of psychology, and these guys' argumentation, whether you believe them, love them, or hate them, or pick one team or another, or believe or not, is worthy of conversation. I think that is actually captured in here. And thus, that's why this almost 6-hour video will be released for me. That's why it's like worthy to me. But that's all I can offer, because when it comes to like, actual case shit, I can't. What do I give here from this video? When it comes to the actual case, what can I actually give? Not much, really. But when it comes to like team playing and argumentation and logic of situations, I think it's worthy in that category or that arena. But not evidence based. Sorry, that's a L for everyone, I think, when it comes to this shit. But yeah, God,
I mean, I wanted to know what if he had anything of substance to his gun
No.
part of it,
No.
or the bullet part of this.
No, it was like almost in like passing, almost honestly, almost in passing, in my opinion at least. Like that's what I heard. It's like almost in passing. Where there was no like, oh my god, okay. You had like Candace bring up Valhalla VFT, right? Of like, oh my god, like he's shooting through like metal plates with this bullet, right? With this like type of round. That's like the most analysis I heard, basically.
She just played a video.
No video. No. Her saying words of that happening.
Oh,
that's it.
Okay, so they couldn't have shown the 50 fucking people on YouTube reenacting this with the 30-06.
They did not show that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So maybe Andrew Wilson's representation of the side that's not even exploring that consideration. Like, they don't know that that's like the biggest fucking question that should be their first step in this.
Well, yes, but also I think even the dumbest that are still late will still find Candace anyways, based on this argumentation. Sorry, based on this debate, quote unquote debate thing. I think they'll still gravitate towards Candace. Personally, I actually believe that, just on like believability, in my opinion. But
I don't think Andrew doesn't know that that's a major point for everybody on this case. I think it's just not. It doesn't help what he's trying to do. Like, so he'll avoid it as much as he can. Like, he's not going to dwell on that topic.
Do you think he doesn't know, or you think he avoids it though, Jesse?
No, I'm positive he would know about that. If his response was about the type of bullet, the range, and whatever that stuff is, if that's his response, that means he definitely knows the line of argument. He's just avoiding, the emphasis of that.
is he lying, Jesse? What do you think?
Oh yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I think he's fucking lying, personally. I think Candace is too, but it's hard. Like, if I say that, right, it's like probably like harder for the audience to tell that. If they're like captured by fandom or fanness for one person or another, probably harder to tell. But I think she's lying too, but like differently. Right. Andrew Wilson's just so transparently full of shit. My humble opinion. Yeah.
When you're on the right side of things, it is harder to see when you are pitching sells for that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think. I mean, well, okay. If you're Andrew Wilson, right, and you work for an apparatus, guess what? There is no shortness of lying when it comes to talking out loud, man. There is no like limits or train of logic. It's almost like, make sure this happens no matter what. Once again, my opinion, right, of this the way this guy behaves, it looks like weirdo shit. Humbly. So thus there is no limits. And thus we're seeing what we're seeing. In my personal opinion, we're seeing that play out. But it could look better based on what, Jordan? Oh, based on next to Candace Owens. It might look like better compared to someone with like actual brain cells. It may look better compared to them. I'm not saying Candace is not captured either. I'm saying like on paper, Candace looks like a fucking winner of history next to him, right?
Right.
That is where we're at. But Candace looks like a fucking dumb fuck next to people with fucking brain cells, in my personal opinion. And that's where we're at.
You want to play Apex, buddy?
Unfortunately. What's that, my little guy? What's that?
Hey, you want to play Apex, dude?
When I'm done with this video, my little guy.
You almost on?
Aren't you?
I'm almost done, my little guy.
You're getting close to being done with
My baby,
He's
my baby boy.
close.
I'm almost done.
End the fucking video, bro. Come on. Let's go.
I'm almost done, my little. Listen, my little toddler. Almost done. Relax now. All right, here we go. Here's more of this video.
No, seriously.
Claims that you want me to speak to. You didn't say,
When I'm
I
done with this
intend
video,
on
yeah.
sitting you down with out of contexted clips,
analyze for my
which we
little
said to you
toddlers
before in an
like you.
email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just.
That's not really what happened.
Well, what didn't
Yeah,
happen?
this the way that you're framing the exchange,
What
that's
do you
not
mean?
that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position? I wanted to make sure that I had at least an hour and a half on
pre-debate-
mine, and you got the time for yours to
prelims
question me.
of
We
the
did. We got
debate.
through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that
There's-
I think you fell short of that.
There's nothing
And you-
out of hang on.
And
There's
I did
nothing
not
here
say,
except
I'm
holding
just
you to
gonna
account
get
for
you
your
to say
claims.
yes or no. Well, hold on. We
Yeah.
were supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part of
or
the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And we
said.
got through-
And like 4
yeah.
out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I
perception
don't think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
your turning points horse.
Oh,
I
so you
think
just-
quite
just-
a few
you
of
just-
them were.
you
Was
just-
there 3
just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
So you're just making stuff
Can
up?
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel like
I think it was 3.
3. Okay,
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims, which is why you're asked
Okay,
about them.
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility
Your
when I
claims.
point out yours. No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet
claims.
Erica is too retarded, you go, that's just whatever, and then you move
That's
on.
a claim that and I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism
Okay.
of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
And I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now, if you would like to.
well,
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed
clip
be
they
the
want to
whole
play
Then
from
one
7
more.
days
Okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
to.
and
We
then
were
can
getting
go to
into the
Patsy.
Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
This is absurd.
PVD angling for
Okay.
wins, I think there.
And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago.
Oh, wait. Okay. I actually remember this. Just got,
I'm just going to.
Not say that you are
some
allowed
time.
to.
I think.
You
I wanted, so you have it your way.
still.
Does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you
I've never said you
or
can't
have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like
Let's have
I'm
it your
still-
way. I want it to look like
Still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for the clip first. Okay, beautiful.
Let's see this.
How's he holding that mic, bro?
So
That's what I heard.
Lance
I can't
Twiggs
hear this. My
has
come on, guys.
did this crime. Okay? Because Lance
I can't hear
Twiggs
this. My
has
thing
his
went off. Just
DNA
tell me what
on
it
the
says on
towel.
here. It's fine.
Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twiggs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
rifle.
Twiggs'
Said this- repeated this 4
DNA
times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they feel
as
like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
but
also
Lance's
said, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things. But I've already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you, when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twiggs. They said 5 other profiles were on it, and that his was the most degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh yeah,
debate
we should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you read,
Did you
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context.
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
So you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it?
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my show.
Can I ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence. You know, that's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so well.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll release it there.
He's saying that because she does it. Right?
But
That was his
yeah, I'm
point
fine
there.
with closings if you want to do closings.
Well, I'd also
That's
just,
that's kind of a
if I
crazy
may
statement.
ask a question.
I don't know if
Is that
snark serves you
permitted?
so well.
Go ahead.
Just so I also have clarity,
Like Candace?
since your basis has been
That was
evidentiary,
their-
you keep saying that you have
that was
evidence
his
or
point,
like
I
you
think.
are following evidence.
Yeah.
Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think is that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah. Can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But I
Can you-
want to
can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the
it?
case.
That's the
Yeah.
question. You're
Yeah,
just
but-
not
but
following it
seems,
enough.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is
Now, once again, with Candace, I view her a certain way, but that question right there, like, I don't think you're actually following this, as in, like, you're a hired gun almost. Yeah, is actually worthy of a statement. And when he's like, "Well,
I
what?
think it's accurate.
Excuse me, what?" Like,
I think it's pretty
yeah.
accurate.
Well, I mean, like, that guy's so transparently full of shit. That's just, like, obvious to ask and, like, kind of dunk on him for, you know what I'm saying? It's an obvious thing to do with him. This guy's so full
Like
of
Oswald
shit.
Harvey Lee.
No. Well, yes, with Candace, sure. But, like,
Well,
Andrew
I mean,
Wilson
I'm
is,
just saying
like, as
she's
obvious as it gets, is, like, you're a full shit artist, aren't you?
yeah.
Kind of clearly, I think that's his job, is to be a full shit artist. I think that is part of his job. And in fact, it's such a level where it's like, oh, are you here like to boost Candace? Like, is that your point? Are you so dog shit at what you do? Is your job like to actually like boost Candace for whatever reason, like conspiracy wise, right? That actually has like some legs to it. Like he's actually that dog shit and that transparently full of shit. That, yeah, it is what it is. It's like, yo, you little fucking like, who the fuck is this guy? It's like that bad. And Candace can win. Can and probably will win off of this. When it comes to narrative and fan base and shit like that. Unfortunately, it is what it is. Instead of disillusion, there will be team playing, because there's some people doing like so blatantly dog shit things that the opposition looks like geniuses. That is where we're at on planet Earth. Then again, that is, par for the course. Anyways, here we go.
because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not following
Is that
the case.
it? That's the
Yeah.
question. You're
Yeah,
just
but-
not
but, I mean,
following
it seems,
it enough.
It seems pretty like if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should. Like,
All right.
Can you tell me one?
Then let's do the
charge
counter.
That he's,
You can really, no, this is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah.
put me in the hot seat. So please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name-
seven
can-
since you've been following the case.
Okay, sure.
Go ahead.
You name one.
Yeah, you named all seven.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all seven.
He doesn't even. This is like.
Name all seven.
And I.
Can
I
you
think
name all seven?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure, you don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't
Name
have to
'em.
put your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death sentence
So
in the
murder.
state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And
Next.
so just for people, no, don't. I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. and just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all, is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined,
Just
and because
avoiding
it
the
carries
question.
a death sentence. I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're
I'm
just going to
waiting.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to
That
put a
was
time
PR
constraint
for
doesn't
Candace.
work, and you'll be
Help
better
her
the
out.
next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it.
Fucking
Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want
away?
you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
Because I'm speaking. You just got to.
It sounds like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again, because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
time
She
constraint.
also has
I
the
got one.
earpiece in.
Great.
Being fucking
The
weird.
second charge is
What?
the felony.
What was that?
She's being fucking weird, right?
Who is?
Candace?
That's what you got from that exchange right there? Holy fuck.
I think obviously Andrew's. I'm not even talking about the content. I'm just like, why? What's she doing with the time constraint thing? It's like a weird response.
No, well, the idea is that, I mean, like on paper, on screen, he is.
I haven't been listening to the whole thing, bro.
Oh, fair enough.
I just reacted to what she just did. I was like, dude, just what are you doing with the time constraint?
So am I.
Like, okay, bitch.
So am I.
Like, that was,
He
it
kinda
was
stopped her.
it was very bitchy. I don't know.
Oh, fair enough. But I thought he stopped her right there, right? When she's like,
Well, yeah, I mean, he was interrupting, I guess, but
well, there's like a short answer for things. But hey, if you want to like answer a long version, that's better for me if I think if I know better, right? Like, okay, answer it then in long form. Go ahead. But he's not doing that. You didn't pick up that. You didn't pick that up.
I wasn't listening to what they were saying. I was just listening. I like heard what she said.
It's the last
That's all I
seconds
heard.
of things. You didn't pick that up. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. You
Yeah,
weren't
I'm
you weren't
literally
watching.
not
Okay, you weren't
listening.
watching. Sorry. All right, fair enough.
He
back
doubled
up.
down and said that it's because you don't know. When she's saying that she's gonna embarrass him because she's gonna show how much she knows. Like it's not just like listing them. She understands it.
Okay.
Oh yeah, she's gonna. Yeah, fair enough. But I can't take that for granted. But at the
Josh.
No,
at
it's
the
just
very
time
least,
constraint.
at the very least, at point 1, he kind of stopped her in the middle of her explaining point 1. Right. That's kind of obvious
Josh.
to me.
What?
Josh, I think you missed the start of this
think you missed a
little
lot.
bit. She
Okay.
she asked him, "Can you name the 7 charges that Tyler Robinson's?"
No, I
Facing.
heard that part, but I didn't really hear. Like
And
she
she's-
didn't. She
and
didn't
he
answer.
Flipped it on her. Andrew
she didn't
flipped
really
it on
answer.
her.
What was her answer?
She didn't answer. No, like she was at. I think
She's
she's at
trying
like point
to.
1. She was like, okay, let me explain
Yeah.
1 in context. As far as like
Yeah,
on
she's
paper,
trying to.
on paper. No, I can't say
I
that
think
either,
he won't let
Dubster.
her.
No, I can't say that either,
Dude, I
Dubster.
hope that's what she's doing. It just looks weird. I don't know. It looked weird.
What?
It is weird.
I-
It is kind
Dude, I
of weird.
wasn't listening to what she. I wasn't listening to the discussion, Jordan. I'm reacting to what she just did. You can keep.
Okay.
I'll keep repeating myself, but that's like
That
at
was
the end of the day.
Okay, I view that as kind of weird, personally. Am I defending Candace Owens right now? I view that as kind of weird. But
Why?
whatever, it is what it is. But like,
Why is that kind of weird?
So you're gonna play-
because she was stuck on point 1, and you're like, "Where's your answer at?" I'm like, wait a minute.
Me? I wasn't listening.
I thought you
Bro,
said that.
I didn't know she was stuck.
Did you say
I didn't
that?
say she was stuck on point 1. I didn't even know that. I wasn't
What'd
listening.
you just say though? What'd you say? Say it again, please. Maybe I didn't hear you right. Say that again.
Bro, I was saying that her fucking now I don't even remember when she like wouldn't give an answer or whatever. She's like, "Oh, the time constraint thing." That was weird. Right?
Oh, where she say? Oh, where she say like
he's
she's
putting
saying,
pressure
yeah,
on her.
she's saying you're giving me a time constraint to answer this question, right? Maybe you missed that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, it was the charges. That's what I said. Oh, just name the charges. Yeah, it's not that was weird. I mean, I get what you're saying of
Name the
like
charges.
give her time to answer or whatever. I mean, maybe I hope that you're right, but it's like it's not that hard. Just say,
Okay.
start naming a couple, right? I don't.
Well,
Why are you being
he
so
wants
difficult?
to
No,
also move past this, like because he was
Fuck me, dude.
called out for not knowing them, so now he's trying to flip it and test her. But
You're right. That's
but he also wants to end this thing because this was basically pointed at him. So he wants to get through this as quickly as possible as well because he doesn't want to dwell on like her knowledge of the charges. He wants to scoot it along quickly.
If okay, let's go to the far extreme. I'm a Candace fanboy. Let's go there, right? And if Andrew Wilson's like, yo, listen, name the fucking charges then. She's like, oh, okay, fine. One, this. Let me explain. Stop there. Name number two. Like, move on to number two, please.
I didn't hear her name one.
She's like, well, I'm
What was
saying
the
number
one?
aggravated murder.
If I'm a
She's saying
fanboy.
aggravated murder is not the same as murder. That's what she was trying to say, and he kept interrupting her.
Well,
Yeah.
okay. I didn't even hear that.
Fair enough. Let's back up.
And to be honest, I don't know the 7 charges.
Me neither.
I don't know
I had
any.
no
It's-
fucking
I don't
clue.
know any of these charges.
I have no clue.
This is the Tyler Robinson case, right? So I don't know any of the fucking charges.
Yeah. I had no clue either. And unfortunately, they didn't actually get to the.
That's what I'm saying.
The
Just name a
regular
couple.
person crux of things.
You don't need to break down the whole statute of aggravated murder versus murder. I don't know.
Wait, what?
She wants to highlight the
So you are
difference for some
tripping.
reason.
What the
Andrew,
fuck?
the
You are
reason
tripping.
she's doing
Got
that
it.
is
That makes no
because
fucking
Andrew
sense, dude.
said,
Bro, I'm
"Oh,
responding
he
to
was
what
charged
you
with
just
murder."
said. I'm
Yeah,
responding to what you just said.
But Andrew said that he was
What?
charged with murder. That's the only charge that he knew. But she said no, he wasn't. So she basically is disputing that being a charge. So that's another reason why she's like clarifying the difference between like his answer basically.
Okay,
her
that makes
answer.
sense.
He's saying name the 7 charges. I'm like, yeah, but also explain it too. And she's like, okay, I'll explain. He's like, stop, just name them. That's it.
All right, buddy.
Makes
Haven't
sense?
been watching. Cool, that makes sense. Makes a lot of sense now.
My child. Anyways, what's at play? Here we go.
List 7 charges.
I'm because
It's like it's not that fucking.
it sounds
I
like
know
you're
it's
just
not that
delaying
simple. I don't know.
because you don't know things.
I know all.
No, I mean
seven
you
of them,
you
and I'm
you,
saying
you get
again,
like
because
real
you're gonna get
animated, and I'm not
embarrassed.
even
Like, you
fucking
don't have to
listening.
rush
Like,
this.
calm your
I'm
tits, bro.
also showing an
Holy fuck,
example
my little guy.
of a very
Relax.
flawed debate strategy. I
Okay,
actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
And what's
final
the specific
That's
charges though?
6. I think.
that is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those?
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay, wait, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged
no,
with
no.
it.
Just the charges and then 7.
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder. That's the distinction. You just want to.
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
Massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire crux of why him being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging.
Zapping
And
in front of
you can make
Ben
mistakes.
Shapiro.
I make mistakes all the time, but
And
at least be
also
genuine
trying to
and
win the
pretending that you
audience
care
over.
about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull
I'll be honest with you. Right? Sorry, PBD. He's gonna win over the audience. She just siphoned a lot more from him than she ever. Sorry, it's more than he ever got close to her shit. I'll be honest with you right now. That's probably obvious. I think because
Look,
I think
before
people
I
have a
kick
sense
you
of
out-
things. Yeah, God.
What her last statement right there, I would like to allow him the time to, is basically, I'd like you to have as many tea and cookies as you like and before I kick you out of my house.
The Nick Fuentes. He's like, listen, Nick, do you want to stay for dinner? Listen, I know you're lonely, man. Come on. Do you want to stay for dinner? Come on over.
I'll take a picture with you, put on my wall, make sure people know I fed the homeless.
Yeah, right. So you're saying like it sounds polite or friendly in a way, but no, the sounding like what she's.
Oh,
but
yeah. She actually did that with Nick because she's like, I ran you over. With him,
right?
She had actually had some moments of struggle, I think, with Andrew Wilson. Believe it or not, personal opinion.
I think she's trying to make sure that she can later on say, like that he doesn't like say, oh, she made me run out of time, or she didn't let me do this. Like she's trying to like not give him any excuses later on, and so I think that's the actual intent.
Fair enough. That's from the very beginning too, by the way. As far as a narrative or an idea, that's from the very beginning of this entire thing that I watched for some reason. From the very beginning, she's like, yeah, no excuses. Listen, you have the chance to ask all your fucking dream questions. Go ahead. And he didn't. He more so reinforced. He more so reinforced the thing that she was kind of crying about in a conspiracy sense. He reinforced that more so than took it down, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. From what I've seen,
he did that, I think. Once again, as an outsider, right? Andrew Wilson, the outsider debate bro guy that destroys people in debates. He kind of boosted up her idea. And although she flustered many moments in this entire discussion, it was like, hey, man, where's the Egyptian planes? Where's the Fort Huachuca? Where's the Erica Kirk involved? There's questions to be asked. Candace says some horrible answers in regards to that. But don't worry, Andrew Wilson's he's here to save her. Apparently to say stupid fucking shit out loud. Name me this. Like, yep, that's enough. It's gonna fail. Got it. And thus, what will be remembered is the dumbest amongst us. They'll be the winners of this whole event, apparently. But either way, okay. You know what? To be fair, let's play the rest of us. Here we go.
I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you guys want to pull that up just to confirm the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit? For
aggravated murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7
violent
offense in the presence of a minor.
Yeah. So 5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd degree felony. Now I did notice something. I just was curious about. If I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one communication with a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
You want to see it?
I'm just curious.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PVD, you're the moderator. Take it.
Let's see
if anyone was texted at all during this debate.
All right.
About the violent charges or anything.
I mean, I saw a mentalist do that.
You have full permission to go through my phone. I don't need to cheat.
So the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
I haven't even read my text messages.
It's a compliment.
He's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission.
Yes.
I'm just going to read 3 of them to 1132 because after that, I don't need to read it.
And you know their texts.
BRB.
Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All
like
I
that.
have is Signal. You can check that too. I only have Signal. Telegram I used in Russia. And that was it. I downloaded it for Russia.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. I don't need to I deeply care about this case. I don't need to pretend
I get it.
to know
If you
stuff
deeply
that I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I just, I have, my other question is about the steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just
questions.
so you know,
yeah,
nothing there.
there. I don't.
The steakhouse receipt, all right.
My question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt, and that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it, and I said, "Stay tuned. He's the one working on that story."
Okay, so you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
That's
okay,
so Texas.
To be clear, there's no receipt.
Texas,
no, I just did the opposite. I said there is
well,
a receipt.
you don't have a copy of the receipt.
Texas
The
Roadhouse.
receipt was published online.
Yeah, right. With blurred out.
The person working on this story.
Yeah.
That blurred that out is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse?
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I agree with that.
Yeah, so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now...
He paid, if you're asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The answer is yes.
No. Is there proof that that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the person that is behind that story.
Well, the reason I'm asking you is because you always include it in your timeline that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
but is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant.
Seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day. That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah 1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Beyond that, because they didn't even have receipts. They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler Robinson's.
I just want to say you're holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding you. I'm just asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip. And
so should that be added in an official timeline that you give?
It's in my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
you
we
can
get
do
something
what you
wrong,
want, sure. But I'm asking, should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified?
What were you trying to say earlier?
I forgot.
Okay.
I went to a joke.
But this is the job of the fucking police. Whether Candace has this in her own fucking timeline is one thing. If this query is out there, this is the job of the government, defense, and prosecution to know the answer if he was at this steakhouse.
Well, yeah, that's everything, right? If we wanted to figure out what's going on in whatever sector or life or topic, it'd be like, man, you guys have the resources. Why not figure it out? But that never seems to happen, unfortunately.
And Andrew just helped. And Andrew just helped it. All you got to do is call in the merchant account and say, "Here's his number. Does it show up here that day at this time?"
I feel like
you would think.
What I'm watching here is Andrew's so bad at this. He makes me believe Candace more and more, even though I don't believe her in the first place. But he makes me believe her more. He's so terrible, and then I think about who do I usually see him up against, and it's usually the whatever OnlyFans girls that go on this show, and he's usually
for me personally. But
yeah, he's done he's done other people too. But I mean,
typical
the thing that I see very commonly, the level of pushback he gets are not like great. Like
Jesse.
What?
I wish it was that this guy's like, oh my god, his competition is so bad. I think this guy's like the way he talks. I think this guy's like fucking stupid. I think it's like patently obvious he's fucking dumb. Without in like actual comparisons, he's actually stupid to me. But if you ever heard anything,
the reason I
before,
brought up
fair
the girls that he did, a lot of times I've seen him like give like things like what he's doing right now and get no kind of pushback, or actually things that make him look good, which he's not good.
His
but like
arguments
I've
are
seen him,
mute the other person. This guy's fucking stupid, in my humble opinion. This guy's fucking dumb.
100%.
Okay,
like,
fair enough. But
like,
maybe that's my experience.
That is
fair enough.
Ultimately, my goal. I mean, my point is that he is stupid. It's like what, like why does he have any? Like, why do people still watch him and stuff, right? Like, what do people call him, a debater or whatever? Like, this doesn't make sense to me.
The king of logic.
Well,
syllogisms. Got it.
So the thing is, he's saying is this can be easily found out. The person that originally made this claim about him being at the steakhouse is now sort of like retracted it. And she's saying she talked to the owner of the steakhouse, and she's saying, I'm pretty sure that he went there, but she doesn't have the proof. Okay. Why is this two fucking podcasters' job, and this is the fucking police and the lawyer's fucking job to really do this shit, but they're not going to, and they're probably never going to.
Okay. Dubster, you were watching. Sorry, you were with us when we were like watching the, like earlier on with the Candace Owens videos, right? Of like different evidence or different videos coming out of certain things, right? There was like a burden, right?
We got maps out and followed this fucking path that he went, according to her claim of this steakhouse and the Dairy Queen and then like circling back to go home, and like how it was a big fucking triangle.
Well, there was events of like,
and now it's retracted apparently. So now she's just like, well, I talked to the owner and it's more than likely still evidence, but I'm not sure, and we should. And then Andrew's like, I'm against you, so we should call the merchant accountant and see if this credit card was used at this location. Yeah. Cops can do that in half a minute.
No, but okay. We watched, and for me personally, the things that caught me were like, oh my god, there's footage of Charlie Kirk like behind his paws, behind his head, right? Like angles never seen before footage, right? Where it's like, okay, that works for me when it comes to Candace's videos, right? She showcased that. She did, right? Amongst some other things too. But otherwise, it's like, you have the burden of this now. Like, really, prove this to me. Instead, it was like, here and then gone, like 2 days later or a week later, it's just gone all of a sudden, right?
Yep.
And like, thus, we have two motherfuckers debating each other. Granted, it's almost like my personal opinion, as far as like stature of, oh my god, truth tellers, it's like who's fighting for last place? These two, not last place, but like between the two of them, like who's fighting for yeah.
This pisses me off more. Just
we're stuck there, dude.
This is a fucking podcaster when the real responsibility falls on the government. You're trying to kill another fucking person, and I trust that you fucking do this legitimately. And now I'm seeing like you're not providing the what is it called, exonerating evidence.
Well, no, it's something different. Exonerating? I don't think that's the right word here for this.
Yeah, I know. Josh, when you're exonerating some exculpatory evidence.
I don't know. It's
Yes.
more so like
So
you're doing
if this credit card was used at this steakhouse, it would be considered exculpatory because it would throw off the timeline of the prosecution. So it is it is the responsibility for the cops to hand this over so that would be part of the defense for this man.
yeah, I mean, the point is for people, I think, is that you are desperately trying like showcase, or sorry, trying to find out like who did what and when and where. That is what people are looking for, and they're getting instead Andrew Wilson as a fucking vocal, basically mainstream. Like they had like 250,000 viewers simultaneously right now in this video right today. I didn't even know. Like had no clue. Like I recommended. Either way, it was there. It's like 250,000 fucking viewers at once, right?
Yeah.
And it's like,
okay.
Oh, these are the authorities on the topic. People probably want like an authority in a sense, like an actual authority. Granted, their databases have upgraded based on being lied to before, but still, they might accept something stupid from the fucking government at this point. It's just don't make it too stupid, don't make it too dumb, right? That's all. If you want to like do PR as like the dumb fuck people of the planet Earth, right? Shout out to Cash Patel and well, not actually him. Sorry, his bosses. You fucking dummies. You can make this like a lot easier, you idiots. But they're too fucking stupid. They're too fucking dumb. So thus, it's up to Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens and PBD to figure this fucking crime out. That is where we're at. Congratulations, Planet Earth. We are stuck there.
I'm just saying, I believe in the death penalty, but I don't trust the fucking people in charge of deciding if someone deserves the death penalty.
Which means you don't believe in the death penalty at that point.
You get what I mean? Like, fuck, dude. If I can't trust the people that are gonna fucking deliver on the death penalty, fuck. How can I be so supportive of the fucking death penalty?
Well, leave it up to Candace and Andrew to decide. Sorry, PPD as the judge. Leave it up to the defense and the prosecution, which is Andrew and fucking Candace. Why not? Fuck it.
And now you're now making the police have to do this. The merchant account, you have to disprove that he's at the that he was never at the steakhouse.
The world is not. It's not at its worst state, but we're trying really hard. It's equal to it. We're trying really hard. And that's very sad. I'll play to end this fucking video. We're past 6 hours. We're almost at 7 hours. Here we go.
It's in my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If we get something
what you
wrong,
want, sure. But I'm
I just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
Should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
under... And then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's the strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
You know, I'm actually all good with I feel like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got the information, what happened next, would the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it? Yes, and I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof, do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
When Christopher got up on the roof,
so locked in.
You talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the preliminary
about his camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No. Who do you think planted it?
I if we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Just say, I don't know.
At this
Candace.
stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get, like, it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well,
the
wait a
state
second.
to a bit a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my
Well, this is
timeline. I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline,
Yeah.
includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution, so it's not like you're
thought there was,
debunking
bigger
that it
evidence
happened.
Of contention.
Well, there's
that
no evidence
not
for
discussed,
it.
Right?
There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there.
Like didn't like Candace like do like a whole like rattle off of like reasons for calling him a patsy, right? She had like a whole like thing of this topic, that topic, from Dairy Queen to fucking Chick-fil-A to the car license plates to the fucking mufflers on the car, right? Like all of that was like part of Candace's thing, and yet we're here talking. Like, what are we fucking doing, dude? It's like it's not actually about the topic. Well, it's not about the topic then, right?
Right.
It's not actually about the topic, and thus we're wasting, like, not wasting time, but like it's still like, well, in my opinion, like the audience will walk away with like one side or another, probably mainly Candace's side, and thus he's a genius, he's an idiot, basically. That's what I'm getting.
So when I watched Candace,
Liar. Yeah.
I saw an entertainment show of like, and what I mean is that, like, yes, she's presenting something that actually happened, but the presentation to me was very theatrical, and
Sure.
and a lot of things if I put together all the things she says, I'm like, there's no way there's this many killers or this many ways he died at once. Like, they can't all be true, right? So there's like, so there's a lot of things that are
Fair enough. Okay.
like they don't make sense that like all of it is together, right? So it's a lot of like prodding questions, exploration, and so you can like there's things that you can more easily poke holes at if you were trying to do that, which I think he is trying to do that, but I don't believe they watched her show in depth like that. Like, I don't have proof of that, but I don't, at least he didn't. Maybe his staff did. And I don't feel like he's prepared to the level for what his purpose on this show, which I think is to actually make her look like she's making shit up, right? Like, or she doesn't have proof for this, or like that's what he's been saying, like, repeatedly. Like, you don't have evidence. You don't have evidence.
Yeah, things I've questioned in the past that when it comes to Candace, 100%. It's just the way he's going about it is just going to lead to almost like reinforcement of Candace's fucking things.
Yeah.
Versus actual, like, yo, let's get to like the actual fucking truth. Like, what happened here? Right? They are missing that in this entire conversation, which was the point of it, I think, for the fans. Not for them, maybe. Once again, it could be like money or audience or fame or whatever the fuck, right? Or money, right? Definitely, potentially that, right? But for fans, it was like, oh my God, here's a confrontation between ideas that are clashing on a topic I fucking watch day in, day out. That was the point. And if you point that out, you're probably yeah, shit on for doing that. Probably. We're there.
Well, there was things she's previously pointed out. I don't know if she's gonna bring this up now, but
Okay.
when the battery of the body cam is about to die, it beeps at you. It shows a red light. It blinks. So for like 20 minutes or something, I think she said. So you're gonna know when it's about to die. Another thing is,
Is it like
it has like a
question?
it has like a 14-hour battery in it. So it died at 28 minutes on shift. So you didn't charge it at night before. Well, they apparently have a policy. It's supposed to be charged every day, and like back at headquarters or whatever. It's supposed, but there's a question I don't know the answer to. Some jurisdictions allow body cams that you can turn on and off, or they activate when you get a call. And I don't know if this applies to this jurisdiction or not, or if it's a constant running the whole shift. I'm guessing it's jurisdiction to jurisdiction distinctions.
I've seen a lot of videos of body cams, and usually they're going to pick out the more interesting ones, right? But like there's so many times I've seen that they would just turn it off, like when they or there's a microphone thing too. They could turn it off, so they could physically turn it off, but they're not supposed to in the middle of, especially in the middle of something that's like, like actively like evidence, right? Like
yeah, we have the testimony, right? Don't we? Of a guy saying like, yeah, the battery died or some shit like that, right? As like
Yeah,
his
he said
answer.
it died.
That's why it's like that can't be like, it's not like, oh my god, I turned it off at the wrong moment, right? It's kind of like I think he was saying,
But it's
like,
also
yo, it
not
died.
believable.
Well,
It's
like,
got a
no, but
14-hour long battery.
he testified to that, right? So
He's supposed to charge it every night.
Well,
he can get in trouble if it's not charged.
Let me add it together, man. Okay, he's saying that. Plus, you're saying there's like a fucking like a loud sensor or something, like something like that, right? A loud noise or a sensor that's going off.
It beeps at you when it's low battery, ahead of time.
Based on Utah, UVU.
Based on Candace.
What's that?
Well, that would be
based on Candace previously.
That would be on the body camera, though.
Okay, fair enough.
If it was beeping, then that would show up in the recording. If it was beeping,
right?
Well, I guess, yeah, that makes sense. No clue though. But the idea was that his battery died and he couldn't record his trip to the fucking rooftop, right? And see the screwdriver on the pebbles or gravel, right, of the rooftop. And the
I don't even know if I've ever seen the video. I've only heard about why it was turned off.
No, I've never seen. No, there is no video, as far as I understand, because it turned off before he got there. Right, that was like the idea. I think that's why I was like brought up in the first place.
So we couldn't even hear that beeping if we fuck it because it's not out there.
It doesn't exist, apparently. His camera died before he could do anything, I guess. Any type of investigation or POV investigation is all killed before he got there. I guess.
Yeah.
But Andrew
27 minutes into his shift.
And thus Candace will win it's obvious, right? Like there's more room in one direction versus another. It is what it is. We are stuck there. Once again, I don't trust Candace, but guess what? Her narratives will fucking win. It is what it is. Sorry, guys. That is the case, right? And Andrew Wilson's attempts are gonna just losing credibility until his team wins later on, I guess, is the point, which is another trick.
And all of
No.
Epstein's cameras
Who
broke,
cares?
and the guards fell asleep, and like
Yeah,
all
true,
those
true.
things.
You
Exactly.
got to remember
True. Who cares, right?
his side is the power, and the power's going to win because the power's just going to power through it.
No, they're saying who gives a fuck, because the guys, the people on the ground, don't care. So you know what? Fuck it. Who cares? They don't care. Why not like take advantage of that? Why not? It actually is like a who cares situation, which is very unfortunate, but actually the case. So thus Andrew Wilson can be like, yeah. Anyways, you know, he can do this for a living. He can do this. That's so unfortunate. So unfortunate. And we're there until there's like, until people are like, you know what, no more. And say, fuck it. But anyways, let's hit play. It's 20 minutes until 7 hours of this video. Here we go.
And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm assuming this is just like a talking point they gave you, and you got to like keep pushing this, or like
I've been following it very closely on X.
The receipt you weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really wanted to know. I've been following it very closely on X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of steakhouses and having a conversation. You're following Congo on X.
I literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No, it's aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the charges.
Splitting hairs.
No, that's not splitting. It means you didn't follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
like,
mean that at all.
You don't know any of the charges
ridiculous.
that are against him when this is like getting literally to the crux, aggravated murder versus murder.
It's
a
ridiculous.
Death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? There would be Candace Owens' timeline.
I just don't know what his issue is with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
So
Candace
the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing. To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline, which she states over and over again, when she says, this is the longest 13 hours, this is 13 and a half hours, the requirement for about roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that is that he went to the steakhouse. And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did as much as I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was, in fact, a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was published is real. A debit card and a credit card was used.
Okay.
If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt. It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
because
timeline.
You were constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the owner of the restaurant. Right. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's
sure. Cool. You can keep whatever you want there. Okay. I'm just saying that there's no evidence he was ever there.
Okay. Thank you. I think
no hard evidence anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both of you.
Okay. If I captured the last thoughts, it's actually like a nothing burger, actually. Humble opinion. when it comes to like
If you're
the
done.
debate between
Mama
no actually like I kid you not, I think it was like actually like the not actually like capturing the actual debate between these two individuals. It was actually like a closing statements thing of, to me, like nothing burger-ness. Although, once again, you should go watch it on your own. You tell me. But I am comfortable like leaving it there. There's your video. Please subscribe if you feel like. Comment, agree or disagree. Let me know in the comment section what you think. Also join the Discord if you want to.
It's not 30-6.
Oh, okay. If you want to say that, please go ahead. Let me know in the comments.
Yeah.
And on Discord, too. We're here. All opinions are welcome. Also, donate to a charity if you want to. Links will be in the description box along with this video. So if you want to watch the last, like, 10 minutes of the compelling argument between PVD, Candace Owens, and Andrew Wilson, please go ahead and watch that if you want to. But it'll be linked. Most importantly, with a lot said, with all of it said, please give this video a thumbs down. We